All right, good evening, everybody. It is 5:04. I want to welcome everyone to the August 18th regular meeting of the Temple City Council. Please rise as say the pledge, which will be led by Jana Llewellyn, and a prayer by Mayor Pro Tem Judy Morales.
Join me, please. Be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be known to God. Philippians 4:6. So join me as we pray. Dear God, thank you for your amazing power and work in our lives. Thank you for your goodness and for your blessings over each one of us. Thank you for your great love and care. And thank you for your sacrifice so that we might have freedom and eternal life. We pray that you will bless our community, our citizens, so that we will not be in need of anything, Father. And we pray that you will keep and bless our national and local leaders, our mayor, our city council, our city staff, our police, our firemen, our first responders, and all those who risk their lives each day. And Lord, bless us as we meet and make decisions tonight. We pray that all things will work together for our good and also for those affected by the decisions made. Father, we ask that you fill us with your spirit of love and unity in this room and across our city and each citizen's heart. We ask for your help to set aside any differences and to look to the greater cause, the cause of Christ. We ask that you help us truly live a life of love. We know that this is only possible through the power of your spirit. So we pray, Father, for your spirit to move across our land in fresh ways. Turn your people back to you. Draw others come to you. Thank you that you are always with us to give us great purpose and hope. Lord, we place this meeting in your hands. We place our hearts and minds in your hands as well, so that you may direct us. Father, we love you, and in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, very good. Thank you both. We have about 20 or so folks that have signed up for public comments. Like we did at the last meeting, I'm going to go ahead and move those public comments to the back of the meeting so that we can go on with our folks that have the kind of the regular business with the city. So we will handle public comments at the end. Therefore, we will move on to our regular budget items, which will be item number 3. So item number 3 is a public hearing to conduct a public hearing regarding the city's budget for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, and consider adopting a resolution that A, adopts the city's budget for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, including the operating budget for the 2022-2023 business plan, capital improvement plan, general government pay plan, fiscal and budgetary policy, and investment policy. And item 3B is to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $6,868,494, which is an 18.19% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from the new property added to the tax roll this year will be $1,414,919. Item 4 is a public hearing to conduct a public hearing to receive comments on the proposed tax rate of $0.6235 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2023, which is the 2022 tax year. Item 5 is the second and final reading to consider adopting an ordinance approving the tax roll and authorizing calculation of the amount of tax that can be determined for all real and personal property in the city for fiscal year 2023, which is the tax year of 2022. And item 6 reads, is a second and final hearing to consider adopting an ordinance setting a tax rate of $0.6235 per $100 valuation, comprised of $0.2968 for maintenance and operations and $0.3267 for debt service for fiscal year 2023, which is the tax year beginning in 2022, and making the appropriation for the regular operation of the city. Ms. Bernard.
I'm actually going to start. I'm going to start, and then Tracy's going to take us through the tax roll and tax rate. So
Okay.
I did want to give an overview of the proposed business plan. We have obviously been working on this together for the entire year. We met early in the calendar year for a strategic planning retreat. Staff has done a lot of work between then and filing the budget in late June. And then we've been working through several workshops since then. So this is the culmination of all of that effort to consider adoption of our 2023 proposed business plan. Council will recall that we submit and adopt our annual budget in the context of a multi-year business plan. We've done this for, this is the fourth annual budget that we've adopted in the context of a business plan. The business plan includes as its foundation, our strategic plan that identifies the goals, commitments, and initiatives that the City Council finds important to accomplishing the vision and mission of the organization. The financial plan identifies the resources that are necessary to accomplish those strategic initiatives and programs the necessary revenue and resources towards those various needs. The annual budget is the official appropriation of the upcoming fiscal year of the financial plan. So it formally adopts the upcoming FY 2023 year and appropriates those funds for our expenditure. And then finally, we have our multi-year capital plan, which supports our overall work. And we'll talk about that in more specific here in just a moment. Where am I pointing this? There we go. So why do we present the annual budget in the context of a multi-year business plan? When we started this program back in 2019, we really committed to being future focused. We challenged ourselves to look into the future and to approach our planning from a longer term view to set an intentional direction for the organization for the next 6 years, instead of looking at it 1 year at a time and not really having the longer term perspective of how to impact in a positive way the growth and development and redevelopment of our community. We also challenged ourselves to plan for the things that are critical to maintain and enhance the temple we love, the temple that you and I chose as our home. But we also challenged ourselves to consider the need for growing and changing and innovating so that the city of Temple would be a city where next generations also love to call home. So as I mentioned, the foundation of the strategic plan, or the foundation of the business plan, is our strategic plan, which includes the vision that you've set for the community Temple, a place you'll love to call home. Our organizational mission is exceptional service without exception. We have 5 organizational values, including commitment, innovation, integrity, accountability, and collaboration. And we also have 5 focus areas, those being a high-performing organization, communication and collaboration, places and spaces, smart growth, and public safety. Within those 5 focus areas, we've identified 10 strategic goals that point to one of those 5 focus areas. So your 10 strategic goals are an organization committed to performance excellence, to have talented and dedicated employees who have a heart for service, to be an efficient, transparent, and accountable government. Those are all tied into our high-performing organization focus area. In our communication and collaboration area, our goals are to be to have open and responsive communication with our community, and to have empowered community leaders who foster collaboration, engagement, and participation. The 2 goals that are aligned with our places and spaces focus area include having beautiful spaces and unique experiences, and having neighborhoods where people love to live. The two goals that are aligned with our smart growth focus area include a city that supports well-managed growth and development to promote a thriving economy, and infrastructure and systems that support exceptional services and community growth. And finally, our goal aligned with our public safety focus area is to have a safe and healthy community. So I would like to highlight some of the initiatives that are included in the business plan that help us move forward with progress on those 10 goals. And I've organized the presentation around the different focus areas. So I will start with places and spaces. And highlight first some additional resources in our Parks and Recreation program that are proposed to help us meet the goals around our park system. So we do have 2 additional chemical technicians proposed to help. Those are, what do you say, Tracy? Weed sprayer, herbicide sprayer. So that type of that helps us maintain our park system and roadways with less frequent mowing and helps us do weed control. We are proposing 1 in 23 and 1 in 24. 7 additional maintenance workers throughout our parks department in different areas. Those are proposed in 24 through 27. An additional recreation specialist, which will help with our after-school programming, an assistant golf professional, an additional food and beverage specialist at the Mayborn Center, and additional maintenance technician at the Santa Fe Depot and Railroad and Heritage Museum. We're also proposing an additional event support crew to help us provide the support necessary for a robust programming of events for our community, both to provide vibrancy for our own residents as well as attract visitors to our community. You can see on the right side of the screen a list of some of the events that we are already hosting. So this event crew would help us to implement those, to continue to implement those events as well as add additional events. We would also propose adding a foreman position that would supervise the event support crew as well as the existing aquatics and athletics crews that would be moving under this foreman supervision. So you would then have 3 main areas in our parks department: our mowing crew, our maintenance crew, and our event support crews. We're also proposing a park ranger program that would allow us to have additional law enforcement and public safety presence within our park system. We're proposing an update to our departmental strategic plan for our Parks and Recreation Department. And then following that completion, a couple of facility-specific master plans, one being our Hillcrest Cemetery and the other being our Summit Recreation Center. As it relates to the library, we are recommending the purchase of a new library bookmobile in the upcoming fiscal year, as well as some additional staff positions in future years, including a librarian and a library assistant. We're also recommending funding necessary to implement our downtown parking management program. As we are underway with our 2 parking garages in downtown, we are planning for the necessary resources, both staffing and equipment and technology, to make that program fully viable. One of the programs that's very near and dear to my heart and I'm very passionate about is our neighborhood planning program, our Love Where You Live program. As council well knows, this program is taking our original neighborhoods, those that form the core of our community, and identifying 18 of those neighborhoods. And what we're doing with this program is we are bringing professional planning resources and really robust neighborhood and community engagement together to develop individual master plans for each of these 18 neighborhoods. We want to plan with our neighbors to know what each neighborhood needs to thrive and be successful. We know that our neighborhoods aren't one size fits all. They have different characteristics. They have different needs. They have different opportunities for success. And so each of these plans allows us to look and work with the residents, the business owners, the faith-based communities that are located within those neighborhoods, and really develop out a robust plan for each neighborhood. We do develop, our goal is to generally begin the development of one of these 18 plans each fiscal year. We started with the Ferguson Park District in fiscal year 19 as our kickoff pilot. And then we have rolled into the other districts. You can see we're currently in progress with the Garden District and Temple Heights District. You'll very soon see TMed District for approval. And then we've got a few more remaining for this fiscal year, 4 for fiscal year 23, and then 24 will have, 4 for 23, and then 3 more for 24. Apologize for that. We're also recommending several different resources and the continued leverage of our community development block grant funds that we receive from the federal government in order to implement our housing reinvestment strategy. So specific resource recommendations include a grant coordinator position to help us manage both inbound, so grants we receive to do projects, as well as outbound grants we give to local community organizations to help us leverage partnerships and make those grant funds go further. We're also recommending an additional housing resource coordinator in a future year. We're recommending continuing our programs through our community enhancements grants, our strategic partner grants, and our home rebuilding program grant match funding. As council will recall, the HARP grant match program is administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. And this has been the first year that we have taken advantage of bringing those funds back to our community in quite some time. And we are able to help 5 families this year. So we're recommending continuing that program as we've seen success. We're also recommending in a future fiscal year a market value analysis to help us determine where we need to focus our reinvestment and our dollars for affordable housing. And then again, as I already mentioned, to really take our community development block grant dollars and continue to leverage those to really help us continue our home repair programs and other programs that have been very successful through our partnerships with our local community partners and organizations. As council is aware, you all heard an initial report from our mental health and homelessness strategic plan consultant at your last meeting, with some of the initial findings from at least the surveys and data collection. We are continuing down that path to finish that strategy and come up with the ways to fill gaps and to understand how to help people who are experiencing homelessness and mental health challenges to get them the resources they need to graduate and to move into a stable living environment. So we are proposing the acceleration of what we're currently calling a social navigator position, which would be the position we would look to help us implement the strategies that are coming out of that strategic plan. We're also recommending the startup funding for the Temple Revitalization Corporation, which will allow us to accomplish one of the major goals in our community development program. We're also recommending our Places and Spaces Capital Improvement Program, which would be a $75 million program to begin funding projects that have been identified in the Love Where You Live neighborhood plans that have been completed thus far, as well as the Parks and Recreation Master Plan that was completed a couple of years ago. We've shared a draft project list. We would continue to refine that and bring that back for further conversation, but this would provide us a $75 million placeholder over the next 4 years to begin implementing projects that are identified in those specific planning programs. As it relates to communication and collaboration, your glasses are not dirty. This is an actual picture that I think just a few years ago was pretty much the best representation of the city of Temple when you searched us online. And so we came together. One of the things that we really identified when we began this strategic planning process back in 2019 was a great area of opportunity for us, and weakness at that point was our ability to have robust communication with our community and telling the Temple story, both to our own residents, but also to prospective residents and businesses. So we came together with the Temple Economic Development Corporation and developed a strategy to really enhance our ability to be more communicative, reach our residents in more robust ways, and reach out to potential future residents and businesses. And so one of the main recommendations that came out of that process was to develop a consolidated marketing and communications department, which we have done and are in the process of building that out. So they've already done some really great work that's allowed us to have a lot of different ways for us to communicate with our residents and attract guests and visitors and new residents to our community. We have apps and text message alerts and new websites and lots of different ways to interact with our community. However, we do see the need for or the opportunity for some additional expansion to our programming. For example, we see a lot of different opportunities that we could enhance our ability to provide coverage to our residents of what's going on in the community if we had a position in-house dedicated to videography and photography. We also believe in that an additional community engagement specialist could really help us broaden out our ability to go into our community and host events with many different stakeholder groups, and would like to see that program continue to expand. So what that means in terms of resources is we're recommending a marketing specialist in 23, an additional in 25, the community engagement specialist, a public relations coordinator focused on public safety, and a webmaster in a future year. We're also contemplating an additional position, a governmental relations manager position that would help us build relationships and foster strong relationships with other levels of government and our regional partners, including very significantly our leadership at the state level, as we work very closely with them as we provide services to our community and implement our economic development programs, but also with other regional partners, including groups like for example, Bell County or other organizations that are quasi-governmental in nature, like SITCOG or Heart of Texas Defense Alliance, to help make sure that we have strong representation throughout our region. As it relates to smart growth, before I get into the specific recommendations, I just want to highlight that we are experiencing quite a bit of growth in our community. We've seen housing starts increase by 64% since 2017. We now have over 1,000 housing starts each year. We're already up 12% year to date from where we were in 2021. So we are a growing community. As it relates to that, we want to make sure that we have the resources in place necessary to manage that growth, so that that it's happening in a way that's smart and effective and well done. So the council will recall that last year we adopted an updated comprehensive plan, which is the plan that really guides the growth and development of the community. It includes things like our future land use plan and our thoroughfare plan. And so it's a very important document. One of the primary way that we implement the comprehensive plan is through our Unified Development Code. That's the regulatory framework for the implementation of the comprehensive plan. That's a very big undertaking. So we are recommending some resources to help provide planning professional consultants to help staff work through that update with our stakeholder communities and bring that important document to you for consideration. We're also recommending several different staff positions to help us continue to meet the needs as we continue to grow and see a lot of development activity, including an additional building inspector, plans examiner in our fire department, a permit technician, a planning manager, and a business navigator position that would help small businesses and startup businesses be successful here in our community. We've enjoyed a long partnership with the Temple Economic Development Corporation, who we contract with for incentive negotiation and industrial marketing services. And the business plan recommends that we continue that funding and that agreement. We have a very robust capital improvement program. Tracy, I should have updated this slide from the one that you presented just earlier today, but this one was as of March 31st. So that's we were underway with just under $472 million worth of capital improvements at that time, from projects related to the reinvestment zone, utilities, mobility, facilities, and others. The business plan also recommends an additional just shy of $370 million in additional capital improvement projects over the next few years. Again, those projects are in the categories of utilities, mobility. It includes the places and spaces capital improvement program we talked about, the public safety program we will talk about in just a second, as well as facilities and equipment. Related to smart growth and our mobility program, just a few short months ago, you all adopted the first mobility master plan that we've had in our community. And so this placeholder of $94 million supports the implementation, the beginning of the implementation of that master plan that would allow us to take priority projects that were identified as part of that master planning process and begin to design and construct those improvements. So that's a $94 million capital improvement program that's recommended. We talked a little bit about this in the work session, but a new recommendation that's also coming out of our mobility master plan is the implementation of micro mobility zone transit rideshare program. This would allow us to provide 100% coverage of our community for public transit in a partnership with, for example, the city of Kyle partners with Uber in order to provide this service. So this would allow us to partner with an existing rideshare company to help provide a more robust public transportation system, to help support our existing fixed route services provided by the Hill Country Transit District currently. We're also recommending a increase to our pavement management program. What this would do is add an additional $250,000 a year as we step through our multi-year plan until we get to our optimal funding level for street maintenance of $1.75 million. This number is based on a recent pavement assessment, condition assessment report that we had done, which identified the need to both continue to invest in mill and overlays, which we've been very aggressive and successful with over the last several years, but to also focus more heavily now on lower cost, but more operational needs such as slurry seal, seal coat that provide extension of the useful life of our pavement by 5 to 7 years and help prolong the life of the pavement and prolong the time before we have to do additional major mill and overlay projects. So again, the optimum annual expenditure for a city, for our city, based on our current pavement condition and the miles of pavement that we have in our community is 1.75. So we're recommending working up to that number. We're also recommending several different mobility maintenance related crews in our business plan. For FY23, we are recommending the funding of a concrete crew, which I'm very excited about. This I think is a very important crew that will provide a lot of value to our community. This crew will allow us to extend our sidewalk network, fill in gaps, maintain our existing sidewalks, maintain our existing curb and gutter system. And so we're very excited to propose this. We're also proposing in future years an alley and right-of-way maintenance crew, a street patching crew, an additional forestry crew, which is a tree trimming crew, an additional sign crew, and an additional street reconstruction crew. Our utility capital improvement program recommendation totals $150 million. This includes projects that are both significant, such a large significant projects such as our expansion of both of our wastewater treatment plants, major utility line upgrades, but it also includes work to help us rehabilitate lines in the older areas of our community to help us to continue to prepare for growth and redevelopment as well. We're also recommending several crews related to the maintenance and operation of our utility system. 3 water maintenance crews are recommended in future years, as well as 3 additional sewer or wastewater maintenance crews. We're recommending 2 additional water operator positions to come online in FY24 to help us operate our what will be our newly expanded membrane treatment plant by that time. An additional utility foreman and an additional assistant plant director, or an assistant plant director position rather, to help provide necessary management and supervision to our utility services teams. We're also recommending the addition of several new solid waste routes, including an additional garbage route and recycling route, 3 additional roll-off routes, 2 additional brush and bulk routes, and 2 additional front load commercial routes throughout the course of the business plan. We're also recommending in our solid waste department a litter crew that would help us maintain our alleys and other areas of our community free of litter. Additional positions in our solid waste team include 2 customer service representatives positions that will help support the new solid waste complex, including a scale attendant, not a skeleton, a recycling assistant, 2 maintenance workers, a heavy duty auto technician that will help interface with our fleet department and provide enhanced maintenance services for our trucks, as well as 3 swing driver positions. So as we add those routes that we talked about on the last slide, we just want to make sure that we keep enough swing drivers or floating drivers so that as we have people who are on vacation or on sick leave, we have someone to fill in for them. So keeping that correct balance. As it relates to the focus area public safety, we have several priorities that the business plan recommends funding the resources necessary to accomplish. The first one is to increase our resources in patrol, which would allow us to expand from our current 8-district patrol system to a 10-district patrol system, which would provide more coverage to our community as it grows and becomes more dense. This would also allow us to move from a 12-hour shift to a 10-hour shift, which is important for multiple reasons to our department, from an officer safety standpoint, from a training standpoint, from an operational efficiency in our department standpoint. For multiple reasons, we're recommending this. So this would be accomplished through the addition of a total of 15 additional patrol officers over the course of the next 3 years, as well as 4 sergeant positions. We're also recommending an expansion to our community-oriented policing program to continue to provide enhanced presence in our neighborhoods and our downtown district. We're recommending 2 additional community service technicians. These are civilian positions, but incredibly important to our department in that these are our frontline call takers and records technicians that are very important to help support the work that our sworn officers perform for us each and every day. We're also recommending an additional property crimes criminal investigation unit. This would add additional detectives to our property crimes division to help us continue to maintain services as our community grows. We're recommending 2 additional training officer positions to help us provide the necessary training, especially as we begin to program out the new training facilities that we'll talk about in just a second. We're also recommending the addition of 2 crime scene technicians. These are also civilian positions, but they're a force multiplier and that they're able to help professionally process crime scenes while allowing our patrol officers and detectives to focus on their investigations and patrol duties. And then finally, we're recommending the last staffing phase of our violent crime enforcement squad. This would be the 2 additional officers that would finish out that important unit for our community. So if you were keeping track, that's 40 additional positions over the course of the 6-year plan. So lots of resources being recommended to help us continue to focus on public safety services as our community grows. We're also recommending a public safety capital improvement program. This is a $35 million capital improvement program. A couple of highlights related to what would be included in that. I want to show you first the existing police training facility. So you can see this is a fairly old facility. It's more than 40 years old, and it's really no longer serving the needs of our department. So what this would allow us to do is to build out the existing public safety campus at the airport, which is currently being utilized by our fire department for their fire classroom space, as well as their training tower. It would allow us to build an indoor shooting range, a simunition shoot house. We would build out the additional props in the fire training facility, which, if I recall correctly, I believe that's on your agenda tonight, as well as allow us to expand the animal shelter and add a driving skills pad, which would be utilized by not only our public safety departments, but also our other departments that have fleets that drive. You've probably heard me use this anecdote before, but if you took all of the miles that our solid waste trucks drive in a year and you put them end to end, they could drive to the moon and back twice. So we do a lot of driving in our community as we're providing services, and we want to make sure we're doing that in a safe way. So having this training facility will help us make sure that we've got the resources to train our employees to keep them safe and to keep our community safe. As it relates to fire, we're recommending 2 additional squad units, as well as dedicated staffing for those units. So you can see the unit on the right-hand side of the screen in this picture is what we're referring to as a squad unit. The left-hand side is the more traditional engine response unit, which typically is manned by a captain, a driver, and a firefighter position. The squad unit would have a 2-person crew and would be able to respond to calls for medical emergencies, as well as other items, other needs as they arise. This helps us to have multiple companies responding out of a single station and decreases the response time and increases the reliability of the units within their districts, their response districts. We're also recommending dividing the city into 2 response districts or 2 battalion areas that would allow us to have a battalion chief or a commanding officer supervise 1/2 of the city, so that if you have multiple major events, you've got the necessary resources and a reasonable span of control. As we are nearing the need to add a 9th station and have multiple companies at several of our stations, we are needing to begin preparing for splitting that span of control into 2 separate battalions. We also have recommendations for the replacement of various fire apparatus, including several engines, 2 of our existing squad units. And so we have planned and programmed these over the course of the business plan. We also are nearing completion of our updated fire master plan, which we do anticipate will recommend that we need a new fire station in our community within the horizon of our business plan. So we are including a placeholder for the staffing of that station. This will be more to come and more to be determined on this as we finalize the master plan. But we wanted to have the resources set aside to be able to operate that station if that becomes necessary within the course of the planning window. We also have several animal services field officers and adoption center staff positions proposed throughout the business plan to help continue to provide services as our community grows and as we open up an expanded animal shelter facility. We're also recommending additional code compliance resources so that we can continue our proactive code enforcement program or code compliance program and continue to help support the work that we're doing with our community revitalization, our Love Where You Live programs. And so we are recommending additional code officers and resources in that program. Last but not least, high performing organization focus area. We are recommending the continued pursuit of accreditation for our 4 largest departments, including Parks, Public Works, Police, and Fire, as well as implementing the overall Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award standards to the rest of our organization. We're seeking to do this so that we're really being thoughtful. We're really looking at best practices and making sure that we're doing things in the most efficient and effective way. That we get out of them, that we make sure we completely leave the mindset of the way we've always done it behind, and that we're really doing our programming and providing our services through best practices and really providing the value to our community. We're also recommending a customer service excellence program be developed, as well as some professional FBO staffing positions, including an FBO manager, as we began construction of the new executive terminal facility at the airport, as well as some dedicated customer service staffing there. We continue significant investments in technology. A big project that is of note is the police record management system, which is we have been able to put together a coalition of law enforcement agencies throughout the county and beyond that will use the same system and share information. And so that's going to be a big project in the upcoming fiscal year. The City of Temple has agreed to be the host facility for that project. So we'll have a lot of resources dedicated to that. And we have several other important technology projects as well. We also continue to invest in our facilities so that we are able to provide the services to our community. So we have an allocation in our budget for facility master planning and repairs and upgrades as well. We also have continued our capital equipment investment program to make sure that we maintain the fleet and equipment that we need to provide our services to our community. We also have a few positions recommended throughout the term of the business plan in our finance department. As you all well know, we have a very strong history of fiscal soundness and strong financial management. And that's really the foundation of everything that we do. If we don't have that as our foundation, then everything else we've talked about doesn't really matter. So we appreciate the strong management that our finance team offers. And as we continue to add projects and staffing to our organization, we need to make sure that we have those support services to continue to have that strong financial management. And then finally, final highlight is employer of choice. You've heard me say many, many times that City of Temple is a service-based organization. Providing services is what we do. We don't make things. We exist to serve our community, and we provide those services through our employees. So if we're to achieve our organizational mission of providing exceptional services, we have to be focused on attracting, retaining, developing exceptional employees. There is not a silver bullet. There's not just one thing that you do and you've solved the challenge of making sure that you've got talented employees who want to work for your organization. So there's many different things that we try to focus on in order to make ourselves an employer of choice. But of course, definitely one of those things is to continue to maintain competitiveness in compensation and benefits. So you do have recommended in this business plan the implementation of the market adjustments that are recommended as part of the recently completed general government study. To summarize that and bring it kind of a focus into what's in the upcoming FY 2023 proposed budget, you can see expenditures are proposed at just over $215 million for all funds, including the reinvestment zone. I should note, which council knows that includes revenues from, we're kind of the host that includes revenues from all of the participating taxing entities. So in general fund, drilling down to general fund, you can see total revenues are proposed at $103 million. The single largest source of revenue in the general fund continues to be sales tax, followed by ad valorem tax, and then solid waste charges for service. Going right along with the comments about us being a service-based organization and providing services through our employees, you can see that the number one expenditure category in the general fund is personnel, because that is our main expenditure as we provide services to our community. Tracy will talk about this in more detail. The budget and the language that Mayor, you read on the agenda was originally recommended at 62.35. We posted the agenda that way to give you maximum flexibility as you work through a variety of options that we talked about over the last couple of weeks. But as we visited about in work session, I believe that the desired proposed tax rate is 61.30, which would represent a 2.7 cent decrease from the current tax rate. We're also proposing a fuel surcharge in our solid waste rates. You can see Temple there in yellow with the fuel surcharge. This includes the current rates for our market peers, so it doesn't include any potential surcharges or rate adjustments that they're doing. And you can see we continue to maintain competitiveness there. In our water and wastewater fund, revenues and expenditures are presented at just over $54 million. We are proposing adjustments to both our water and wastewater rates. You can see Temple again there in blue for water and white, and the white for wastewater. That's again our proposed rates compared to the current rates of our peer cities. So that doesn't include any adjustments that those cities might be making in the upcoming year. And as a final reminder, we also are one of the few cities within our market that do not have impact fees for residential and commercial new development, which means that our rate base covers all of our capital and operational needs. So when you look at our place in our competitiveness, especially considering that the rates carry both our operational and capital programs, I think we still remain very competitive in our rate structure. There is another item on your regular agenda related to the adoption of the rates. So we can pull those slides back up when we get to those items as well. I'm on my question slide, but before, if you will entertain me for just a second before we get into any questions, I think it's just really important for me to pause and say thank you to several people here today. Mayor, I think you mentioned in the work session, this is the budget and the business plan is a very large undertaking, but it's a very important thing. It's probably the most important thing that we do as a city on a year-to-year basis, because it allocates the resources that allows us to execute on the priorities that you hear from your constituents and you share with us as things that we need to work on and things that we need to accomplish. And our budgeting process, our business planning process is the way that we allocate those resources so we can do what we say we're going to do. So it's a really big project, but it's a really important project. And it's a year-long endeavor because just as soon as we adopt this one, we are going to be starting working on getting ready for the new fiscal year, closing out the last fiscal year. So it's a big project. Tracy and her team are absolutely instrumental in this work. It absolutely could not be done without them. Specifically, and she's got a big team, and they all contribute. But I do want to just specifically say thank you to Tracy. She always finds a way. I'm incredibly amazed at her talent and her ability, ability to bring together what sometimes seems like the impossible. Jennifer Emerson and Sherry Pogar probably slept up here for 4 months or 5 months. I'm barely joking. They put in a lot of hours, and they are incredibly dedicated, hardworking, talented people. I wrote in a card to Jennifer earlier today, but I'll say it again. Like I struggle to come up with adequate words to convey how impressed and grateful that I am for you guys and the work that you do. This is really important to the community, and you serve the community in just a really big way, and you do it without you love it. And I love that because I love it too. So thank you for letting me say some big thank yous there. And then I will absolutely be happy to answer any questions that you have. Tracy also has a detailed presentation on the tax roll and tax rate as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Myers, for that in-depth presentation. We see that 3 or 4 times, but that's okay. And again, like you, I'm always impressed with the accounting staff. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Tracy, and others. The thing I'm always most impressed with is how well you're able to estimate, which allows us to plan, which allows us to be successful. So I know that may sound weird, but it's amazing to me how year after year after year, your crew is spot on, and it allows us to plan with confidence. So thank you so much for your dedication to that. Council, any words on the budget? Anything directed towards staff?
I too am just amazed. I've been on the council for several years, but I think the thing that I'm more impressed with Tracy and her team is the dedication and being so sincere of knowing every dollar means something and every dollar impacts our community and our citizens. And the other part is when we listen and talk to our neighbors and they tell us some of the issues that they want to have fixed, or they want to have better parks, or just whatever it might be, we bring it back. And in the plan, these words are not left in the air. They are put back into, okay, this is what's important. And so through these neighborhood revitalization plans, these master plans, it's 18 plans all over the city, they're taken very seriously. So every dollar means something to somebody. And so I'm just thankful that we'll be part of it, and thank you for your work.
One thing comes to mind, Mr. Mayor, and it's along the lines of thanking the people who put this together. I spent 35 years in the commercial banking business, and I saw lots of companies' financial statements and operating statements, and many of them were bigger than the city of Temple from a dollar standpoint. But I never saw one that had a business plan as well thought out and a 5-year plan that they worked to make happen. I was impressed when I first saw it, when I first got on the council 3.5 years ago, and I continue to be impressed. And I hope y'all understand, as citizens of Temple, the amount of effort the city staff puts in to trying to make this a document the city can grow with and live with. So I thank each and every one of you.
I'll just echo the sentiments of my fellow council members. Thank you guys so much, entire staff and crew, very much appreciated.
Well, I certainly echo what everybody said, but I think it's really important for our guests in the audience to see Sherry and Jennifer. If we all see Tracy up here, but Sherry and Jennifer, if you just stand up and let everybody see two of the miracle workers from Tracy's department. You guys make it possible to have the things that Tracy and Bryn and the mayor have just outlined. Thank you so much.
I would just like to say one more thing. Thank you also, Bryn. She is a leader as far as the city, and she's amazing on her vision and her dedication. So thank you.
Anything else?
Oh.
Okay, Tracy, take it away.
There goes that leg.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the kind words. As Britta mentioned in her presentation, we, based on discussion at the work session, we have changed our presentation to include the tax rate of the 0.6130 cents. Just as Bryn mentioned to the calendar where we have been and where we're at today includes the 4 items, number 3, 4, 5, and 6, which the mayor read into the agenda. And just when we talk about tax rates too, the budget and the tax rate adoption process, the process and the timelines for required meeting dates, publications, and notices, motion language, etc., is governed by state law, truth in taxation, and the city charter. The proposed tax rate based on discussions earlier today is 0.6130. The no new revenue rate, tax rate, the total rate is 0.5227 cents. And the notice and hearing rate also is that same rate. And the voter approval tax rate is 0.6287. And those are statutory required by truth in taxation for the calculation of those rates. As Britta's already went over this, the rate includes 2 components: the general M&O rate of 28.63 cents, the debt INS rate of 32.67 for the total rate of 61.30, and a decrease of 2.7 cents. Just historically to show where our tax rate is been over the past 10 years. Not a lot of change there. And just to point out, the red is the interest in sinking rate. And for just a few cents, have done multiple millions of dollars worth of capital improvements. And all the ones that Bryn went over for the future are covered with the rate of 0.3267. Going on into the property tax roll and tax levy, agenda item 5 and 6, the total taxable value of the certified roll by Bell County is $8,146,172,540, and it is made up of the freeze taxable, the amount that's just City of Temple, and also the reinvestment zone number 1. The total value increase was 21.65%. Looking at the tax levy based on the proposed rate of 0.6130, the total levy for FY 2023 is $43.9 million. 22.4 million is M&O and 21.4 million is the INS, and the reinvestment zone portion is 4.8 million. And that concludes the presentation on the tax rate. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to those.
Council, any questions for Ms. Bernard? Just one real quick statement. I, just like everyone else in here, have property and, I pay, just like everyone else, I pay property tax on that property. And a couple of points. Number one, I think a lot of times people assume that the ad valorem tax, that your property tax, it pays is what makes up 100% of the budget. And earlier there was a slide that was shown that actually your ad valorem tax is about, was it 21, 23, some, and sales tax, it makes up almost a third of the budget. So I always think that's interesting that just, sort of that difference that people assume it's property tax, but it's actually the sales tax. That's the main carrier of the budget. Another thing that I've realized in the time that I've served is that it's very difficult once you get behind on these projects. It's very difficult to ever catch up. So I know a lot of people, and I've received a number of emails that have, talked about adopting the no new revenue rate and things like that. But what happens then is you end up falling behind on these projects. And if you delay something a few years, it ends up costing more. The best example I have in my time here is years ago, we talked about redoing Kegley. And I think the price at that time was like $12 million. And thought, nope, can't afford that. So we kicked the can literally down the road, I guess, and maybe to like 2016 or 17. And that 12 million became 15 million. And now that it's finally being done, that 15 million's now become 17. And maybe with prices going up, with these labor shortages and material shortages, et cetera. So the longer you delay these projects, it's not $50,000 or $100,000. It's $3 and $4 and $5 and $8 million. So I'm proud of my time here that we've very intentionally set a tax rate that handles the basic needs of the city, but then also on top of that handles those really important maintenance issues that ultimately that we know we need. And you pay me now or you pay me later. So again, I thank you for the hard work of the staff, and I also thank council for being willing to adopt a rate that keeps Temple on the path forward, like we all expect. And I think that that the citizens expect too. So thank y'all for that. Did I say enough for everybody? Okay. Very good. Then if there are no more presentations from staff, correct? Then I will open the public hearing on item number 3 and item number 4. So anyone wishing to speak on these tax rates on item 3 and 4, please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Love that shirt.
Alan Lytle, 504 Paseo del Plata. I need to ask the lawyer a question first. So, 18 and 19, as was pointed out, are about the utility rates. I can ask that now because of they're in the budget, correct?
Are 18 and 19 subject to a public hearing?
No, they're not. That's why I have to ask if I can talk about them in the budget part.
That's a pretty technical question.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want you to get in trouble.
Let her rip.
Okay.
Do it.
We've talked before many times about us more senior citizens, I call them old people, not having to, pay additional taxes because of the 65 and over exemption and some of the other exemptions that we get. And I agree that that's a great thing to have, but I just wanted to point out that there's another $60 coming out of my pocket this coming year because of the utility rates. I know we gotta continue to increase our need for garbage trucks, water lines, sewer lines, etc. But I'm wondering if maybe we could take that money out of the proposed budget and not out of my pocket from sewer and from the rates. Most folks don't realize that those rates are not subject to public approval or public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on item 3 and 4 or 18? Okay, very good. There being none, then council, I will entertain a motion on item 3A.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2023, including the operating budget for 2022, 2023, business plan, capital improvement plan, general government pay plan, fiscal and budgetary policy, and investment policy be adopted.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Williams. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Council, please cast your vote. Item 3A passes 5 votes to 0. Council, I'll entertain a motion on item 3B.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the property tax increase reflected in the budget be approved. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by amount of $6,177,494, which is a 16.36% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $1,391,091.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Williams. We have a second by Councilmember Long. Council, please cast your vote. Item 5 passes 5 votes to 0. That's all right.
I think I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry.
Okay, moving on to item 5. I'll entertain a motion on item 5.
Mr. Mayor, I move for adoption of item 5 as in the on the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Williams. We have a second by Councilmember Long. Council, please cast your vote. Item 5 passes 5 votes to 0. I skipped item 4 on the agenda because we already held the public hearing, and it was not an action item. So if anyone's wondering. All right, moving on to item 6.
This may not be my last motion of the night, but it's the last one on budget items, I promise you. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.6130 cents, which is effectively a 17.28% increase in the tax rate.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Williams. We have a second by Councilmember Walker. Council, please cast your vote on item 6. Item 6 passes 5 votes to 0. Moving on to item 7 is the consent agenda. All items that are listed here on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and may be enacted in one motion. If discussion is desired by the city council, it may be removed. That item may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any council member and be requested separately. Council, in workshop, there was no one's expressed a desire to pull an item. Is that still true? All right. Very good. Then I will move forward and entertain a motion on item 7A through 7U.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 7A through 7U.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Long. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Council, please cast your vote. The consent agenda, which is item 7A through 7U, passes 5 votes to 0. Moving on to the regular agenda. Item 8 is the third and final reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a rezoning from ag to single family 1 zoning district on approximately 95.27 plus or minus acres situated in the Maximo Merino Survey 11 League Grant Abstract number 14, Bell County, Texas, located on the north side of East FM 93, approximately half a mile east of the intersection with South Fifth Street. We worked through this item along with item 9 and 10 a couple of weeks ago. And council, if you would like a presentation by Mr. Chandler, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll just move straight on to the public hearing and voting. I think we decided we heard enough from you last time.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
do that
I guess
too.
I can only do that on these three items, right?
Yeah.
We wanted you to warm up.
Yeah,
All right, so since there is no desire to hear the presentation again, I
No
will
offense.
open the public hearing. Mr. Lytle. And you'll just sit over there.
Alan Lytle, 504 Paseo del Plata. I just want to recognize that this is, to me, an unprecedented occurrence. We had 3 readings in a public hearing. I've never seen that before.
Get with me later. I'll tell you why.
I don't mind. I was here all.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone on the virtual platform? I think I missed that last public hearing. Nothing? Okay. Then at this time, I'll close the third and final reading on item 8 and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item 8. Sorry, jumped it.
I'll second that motion and thank you again, Mr. Wilson and Brian, for going through it in detail last time for the second time and not today.
Very good. We have a motion by Councilmember Walker. We have a second by Councilmember Long. Council, please cast your vote. Item 8 passes 5 votes to 0. Item 9 is the third and final reading that includes a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a city-initiated rezoning request with the development site plan approval for light industrial to plan development multifamily 3 and plan development general retail with the corresponding 6 sub-districts identified in the Beyond the Bend regulatory plan on 153.72 plus or minus acres being generally located east of I-35, approximately 4,200 feet north of where South General Bruce crosses the Leon River, identified as Bell County Tax Appraisal District parcel numbers 64097, 64096, 64095, 3947, 475-609, 475-608, and portions of 64098, 64100, and 64099. Council, any desire for presentation on item 9? Okay, then there being none, I will open the public hearing if anyone would like to speak.
thank you, Council. Todd Scott, 6231 Shallow Ford Road in Temple. I'm the developer and owner of this property, and I've been through all the meetings and all the processes recently. Many of you know I've been developing here since about 2006, and this has been the most pleasant process. You have a wonderful city staff right now, extremely supportive. They've moved this project along very quickly, worked with us back and forth to locate roads to maximize the development. And this is a development that my partner and I, Dr. Gudakonda, who many of you know, want our kids and grandkids to be proud of. And with what has been put together, we feel that's going to happen. So just wanted to say thank you and acknowledge the excellent support from the city staff.
Very good. Thank you, sir. That is going to be an exciting project. Anyone else? Anyone on the virtual platform? All right. There being none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion on item number 9.
May I make a motion for approval for number 9?
I will second it.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. We have a second by Councilmember Williams. Council, please cast your vote. Item 9 passes 5 votes to 0. Moving on to item 10 is the third and final reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a rezoning request from multifamily dwelling 2 to light industrial districts to plan development multifamily 2 with the site development plan on 16.481 plus or minus acres in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas, and address is 3126 South General Bruce Drive. Anyone need a presentation? I'll open the public hearing now on item number 10. We ask you step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, or raise your hand on the virtual platform. There being none, I will entertain a motion on item number 10.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve item 10 as has been presented in the past by Mr. Chandler.
Second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember Long. We have a second by Councilmember Walker. Council, please cast your vote. Item 10 passes 5 votes to 0. Item 11 is the first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a rezoning from agriculture to planned development, single-family dwelling 2, planned development multifamily 2, and planned development general retail zoning districts consisting of a total of 155.378 plus or minus acres situated in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas. Address is 9918 and 9808 FM 2483. Mr. Chandler.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council, and consider yourself thanked for the following 6 items as well. All right, so this one in particular is 155 acres and change at the northwest intersection of FM 2483 and State Highway 317, directly across from Lake Belton High School. And you'll remember that there were 2 pieces of this property that followed 2 separate annexation processes recently. And so this is really the first phase of a 200-acre combined tract. Second phase will be the balance of the 200 acres in the zoning to be determined. But on this phase, the applicant proposes development consisting of single-family homes, general retail, multifamily, and also a future self-storage facility on 5 acres along 317. A subdivision plat would be forthcoming. And so looking at the site plan, and this is rotated 90 degrees, and so 2483 is on your left and 317 is at the bottom. And so you can see starting at the top there, single family 2, 53 acres, and then just to the east of that, below it, multifamily 2 of 14.77 acres, some general retail along 317, including the darker green, which is a future self-storage site, which would come back for site plan review, and then additional single family 2 to the north or to the right in this case. And so looking at the zoning, you can see a lot of green, so ag zoned property. And then you actually see a section, the most recent annex, that is just crosshatched, isn't even shown as green because our maps haven't even updated to reflect the future, the zoning for that section that was annexed recently. But that is ag as well, which is by default when property comes in for annexation. General retail across 317, and then also single family 2 to the south of that. And so when we look at the future development plan and compliance with that component of the comprehensive plan, you see the residential and neighborhood services along the western section and corridor mixed use along 317. And so the mix of housing and the combination of retail are consistent with both of those categories. And when we look at available utilities, water and sewer are available. Water along 317 and 2483, and sewer would have to be extended a little farther to the north. When we look at the thoroughfare plan and trails master plan compliance, we know that 317 is a major arterial. North Point Road is a neighborhood collector, 2483 a minor arterial. And then in terms of sidewalk and trails, The applicant has worked with staff to provide some pedestrian connectivity, actually to connect to the north Morgan's Point Resort, which would allow for future hike and bike access to the high school. And so you look at the photos, there's the site at the top, and then bottom left-hand corner to the west are homes in Morgan's Point Resort, and then to the east, you can see 317 with neighborhoods being developed in the background. So 5 notices were sent out to property owners within 200 feet. And then also 4 courtesy notices within the extraterritorial jurisdiction. No notices were returned in agreement or disagreement. And also Belton ISD was noticed on July 7th. So staff is recommending approval of this plan development subject to the following conditions. And that is substantial compliance to the development or site plan that you just saw. Development or site plan for the self-storage would have to come back to planning and zoning and city council and be restricted to the 5-acre tract shown on the development plan. And then the last item is just to provide the ability for me as the current planning and development director to approve minor modifications related to buffering, drainage, etc. And so at the July 18th meeting, Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-1 to recommend approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions on item 11?
Don't have any.
I think. Okay. Very good. Then at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak may do so. Step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, or raise your hand on the platform. There being none, I will close the public hearing on item 11 and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item 11.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Walker and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Council, please cast your vote. Item 11 passes 5 votes to 0. Moving on to item 12 is the first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a development and site plan for a 300-unit multifamily development, which would be apartments on 14.522 plus or minus acres, and amending the multifamily 2 conditions of plan development ordinance 2020-5077, allowing the following. Removal of the number 1 is to remove the removal of the 55 and older age restrictions. Number 2 is to increase building height restrictions. Number 3 is to increase total unit count to a maximum of 300 units. And number 4 is to modify certain landscape and lighting requirements described as within Lot 1, Block 1, First Baptist Church, Temple West Campus, addressed as 8015 West Adams Avenue. Mr. Chandler.
Okay, so Planning and Zoning Commission have reviewed this twice, July 18th, and then just this past Monday, I'll go into a little more detail as to why they saw it twice, but essentially renoticing. It was determined that one of the property owners, we had old ownership information, and it happened to be actually the single family developer as part of this overall development who also is opposed. And that the gentleman representing that company is here, and I think you'll probably hear from him. So just a little bit of background. Y'all are very familiar with this site. It's gone through a number of plan development, original rezoning, starting in 2016, most recently an amendment in 2019, and the second one in 2020, and a final plat for the single family development shown in the single family portion, but directly to the south of the multifamily 2, that is really all that we're talking about tonight. And so the current considerations that we are only talking about the area that circled the 14.5 multifamily acres, which were approved in 2020 for age-restricted multifamily. And so that is one of the items that the applicant is requesting to change. Another item that they're requesting to change is to increase the total number of dwelling units from 290 to 300. And then also increasing building heights up to 3 stories on the western side along the future minor arterial Sanders Farm, but keeping 2 stories on the side closest to single-family residential, and then modify certain landscaping and lighting requirements. And then the last item to point out on this slide is that, once again, the multifamily has been approved, but those are the differences that require council review. And just pointing out, this is also a project located in the Belton Independent School District. And so going to the site plan, because this is a plan development, and this too is rotated 90 degrees. So you've got Tanglehead, which is actually on the south, but it's on the left, and Sanders Farm Road at the top, which is essentially an extension of Westfield Boulevard, and really the same cross section that it has been already approved, and the dirt work is well underway. So you can see the cluster of the multifamily. This would be market rate rather than age restricted, and so not income restricted either, according to the developer. And so on the bottom, which is to the east, you can also see you'll recall, 25-foot landscape buffer consisting of the preservation of existing trees, but also the requirement to supplement as needed with additional new trees to buffer and screen from adjacent single-family residential, and then a variety of amenities, trails, barbecue pits, playscape, etc., in the center. And so, as we mentioned, the building height request to increase to 3 stories, yet it's only on the western half of the development that they're proposing that. And so beyond 100 feet is where the 3 stories could increase. And also, just to point out, items that have already been approved in the plan development that are not going to change: street landscaping, the walls and privacy fencing, with the exception of an increased buffering 8-foot fence between the single family residential, and then also the 25-foot landscape buffer and preservation of existing trees where appropriate. This is an exhibit provided by the applicant just before the most recent P&Z meeting. So just wanted to draw your attention to the top part, looking at the current zoning, and which would allow 2-story apartment buildings within 50 feet of adjacent single-family residential property lines. And so the bottom is a perspective of what you might see from the backyard of the single-family residential for what's proposed, and that is 100 feet, recognizing that within that 100 feet is also the parking lot. But in terms of what they might see, the 2-story buildings have to be at least 100 feet from the adjacent single-family residential. And then in the background, you can see the 3-story and where that might be located as well. So looking at the photos, top left, existing Tanglehead Drive, which as part of the original PD was to be connected to the existing Tanglehead. And on the right, you can see current construction activity on Sanders Farm Road. All right, so getting down into the notification question. And so, of course, we're required by local code and state law to provide notice to property owners within 200 feet. And so on the left, you can see what that buffer looks like for the entire plan development, which is consistent with how we've done it in the past. The red indicates property owners that have responded in opposition, and that is a total of 37 to date, and representing a 13% protest, which of that 200-foot area, 13% of it is represented by property owners that have officially responded in opposition. So we also took a look at boundary just around this phase, the multifamily, and you can see what that looks like and what that percentage, that's actually a 20% opposition rate if you make the calculation that way. And then this is probably the most interesting one because this is opposition and really just a notification map within the entire plan development, which of course, different phases, different uses, different developers. And as was mentioned, the single family development to the south has already been platted and had an understanding that this was going to be senior housing and have expressed their opposition to this new request. And so when we calculate that, which is all the single family two, that's a 70% opposition. And so bottom line is, in working with our legal staff, this would require a supermajority vote by you all today. So at least 4 out of the 5 affirmative votes to pass. All right, so we look at the 97 notices sent out to property owners within 200 feet of the original boundary. And then 37 were returned in disagreement, once again, triggering the 4/5 vote today. And so you look at the disagreement. So we just took the latest map and added other disagreements with D to reflect additional ones that have come in the last couple days. So staff is recommending approval of the plan development amendment with the following conditions. And it's the typical language, substantial compliance with the site plan, also the elevations. And I showed a picture of that and I kind of went very quickly. Hopefully you saw that. But the elevations would be part of this plan development and consistency and compliance with that. But also turn your attention to the changes, the maximum of 2 stories, no closer than 100 feet of the east property line, the maximum of 3 stories where more than 100 feet from the east property line. Also the 25-foot wide landscape buffer, the preservation, the existing trees with a minimum 8-inch diameter breast height or greater, and then just drawing your attention to the minimum 8-foot high solid privacy fence on the eastern boundary. And this is something that planning and zoning recommended the first time they reviewed this back in July. But some additional conditions proposed by the applicant, reviewed by P&Z this past Monday on the 15th, and recommended by staff that they've worked with some of the property owners to add these, and which include the landscape buffer along the east boundary to supplement with 25% more trees, that the south gate of the development along Tanglehead would only be an emergency ingress and egress, just emergency gate. So it doesn't filter an inordinate amount of traffic onto that collector street. It would put it on the arterial. That the applicant would work with its single family neighbors to coordinate a pre-construction walkthrough to inspect fences and identify which existing trees in the defined landscape buffer area can be preserved. So if you recall, 8-inch diameter breast height trees would already be required to be preserved, but with input from neighbors and other stakeholders, there may be others that are worth preserving as well. That the applicant would fund traffic calming measures on Tanglehead Drive if the city of Temple decides to implement them. And so obviously we need to run that through our transportation department, but the applicant has agreed to fund any of the traffic calming measures that would not include traffic signals or traffic circles. That the applicant has withdrawn the request to increase the density of the development And so it would not be 300 units, it would be capped at the 290. And then the last item, that the side setback on the east boundary of the multifamily tract will be increased from 50 feet to 100 feet, which was shown on the site plan, but it's just putting that language in the conditions just so it doesn't get lost in the mix. And so at both the July 18th and August 15th meetings, planning and zoning recommended approval 4-2 at the July 18th meeting, and then 5-3 this past Monday. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions for Mr. Chandler? Nothing? Very good. Then at this time, I will open the public hearing on item 12. Anyone wishing to speak on this item may do so. As you step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, or raise your hand on the platform.
Good evening. My name is Adam Green, and I am with Bridge Tower Homes. I live at our office is 5430 LBJ Parkway, and we are in Dallas. But we are very happy to be here in Temple. Could you please pull up the slide that's got the opposition on it in red? Sure. Please. Yeah, that one. Well, whatever.
I'm gonna let you do it. Just give me one second, sorry.
That one's fine. So our company is here in Temple. We have this project that we have underway right now, about 227 homes. We are in Kyle, we are in Bastrop, we are in this region, and we are familiar with it. The question that I have about all of this, the notification notwithstanding, first of all, nobody's come to us and asked us what we think in terms of working with other neighbors. Technically, we're a neighbor. So while the notice got missed, and it was good that it went back through planning, still to this day, nobody's really discussed this with us. The problem that we have is that this is a PUD or a PUD, or my understanding it is. Up front is the commercial, down in the back is the residential. And in the middle is this apartment land, which was, at the time it was all formed, or during the course of the last couple of years, became a community for 55 plus. That's the way we would like it to stay. Now, at the meeting the other day, at the planning and zoning meeting, one of the things that the developer had said, and I'm sensitive to that, is the fact that if he had to keep it as 55 plus, that the site that he has, even though he may allow for, what was 290 units? 290 units, that he couldn't really fit 290 units on there. We're sensitive to that because we run through this all the time. So the notion that he wants to build certain 3 stories and 2 stories on the site to make it all fit and make it look right, we don't have a problem with that. The problem we have is that we bought our PR land predicated on the notion that that was going to be 55 plus. Now, if you want to have a conversation about, or if he wants to have a conversation about competition and those kinds of things, that's in the market, and I get that. But when you have 290 apartments that at a 55 plus has an average of 1.8 persons per apartment, so that's 531 persons. If you go to the 300, or even if you back down from the 290, the average then becomes 3.1 residents times the same number of units, and you end up with 930 people. So that's a 43% increase. So now we're back to a conversation about traffic. And I've also been sitting in these meetings And I go to them and people get up and there's all kinds of traffic and there's this, there's that. In this particular case, I don't see any discussion regarding the traffic study. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because as part of the PUD, Sanders Farms Road comes into our community, right? But it's not finished yet. It was supposed to be finished by the developer that I presume is selling the petitioner his ground, but that's not finished yet. And the impact of 43% more people, I just have to believe that that's going to make a difference. The last thing I'll say is that there are 73,920 apartments in Temple, Texas. That's a stat. There are 1,540 apartments that are 55 plus. Kind of a difference. So we just wanted to make our feelings known about it. We are fellow developers. We understand what he's trying to do, but we also understood what we thought we were buying when we bought it. And we think that it should stay at 55 plus. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Alan Lytle, 504 B, Paseo del Plata. As with any of these developments, I always get concerned about fire. 3 stories is a tall place to go and needs a ladder truck many times. I don't know, is Chief Randall here? Nope, he already left. I'm not sure how close our closest ladder truck is, but we don't have that many of them. And so anything, so it's over. There he is here. Where's our closest ladder truck to this development in case the 3rd story is on fire?
So that'd be station 6.
Okay. And it has a ladder truck.
Yeah.
So that's been taken into account then. That's all I wanted to be sure of.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
My name is David Burrows, and I live at 7615 McCullough Road in Temple, Texas. Members of City Council, Mr. Mayor, is money going to be a motive, money in the city's coffers going to be a motive for the approval of this increased apartment complex, number of apartments in the complex? If it is, it really upsets me. Why, if as a duly representative or a duly elected individual representing members of our community who have to do less or who have to do more rather with less money in their pockets, why does the city have to have more money to do more? A question that residents ponder references, and I'm sorry, but the question that residents ponder is, when will the City of Temple planning committees and city council work to protect its residents rather than rubber stamp approval of an encroachment by entities that care less about the people whose lives are affected? And that's basically all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just of note, whenever any project like this comes up, we have no idea what the financial impact is to the city. So we're not sitting there looking at dollars and making decisions based upon that.
If you don't know what the impact is, then why do you automatically approve?
Would you please step back up there if you're going to continue your time?
Would you state your comment again, please?
Yes, my comment was that whenever any zoning approval that comes through or any new project approval that comes through, we do not, as the city council, look at the financial impact on the city's coffers. Your original question was around how much revenue would come into the city based upon this project. And my point to you is that if it's a good project and it makes sense for the citizens of Temple, then that can be approved. Or if it doesn't make sense, not approved, but it's not simply based upon revenue numbers.
Okay, I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
but I also question the fact that the city would approve this project when you look at the distance that this first apartment complex might go up between its setback line and the residential homes that are there already. If you look at this room, we've got about 50 feet right here. Twice this room is 100 feet. That's where the apartment's going to be. Would you like an apartment complex to be 100 feet from your house?
Depends on whether they can see it in my bathroom or not. I think that was the point of the,
Well, it depends on whether or not you keep your blinds open or closed. Yeah, it's up to you.
I can buy blinds.
But what I'm saying is, what we're doing is allowing the encroachment of something that is less than desirable by citizens in the city of Temple. Why? Look at the shortages we're having on water, electricity. Look at our roads. They're overcrowded with vehicles, all because of all of these apartment complexes are coming in, which is not the total reason, obviously, but because of all the vehicles coming in to and around the apartment complexes, it's very difficult for people to get to work, come home from work, relax. I guess you know what I'm saying. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Margie Fraser, Temple, Texas. I'm looking at this and I see that there's a lot of opposition to it. 70.46. That's a lot of opposition of neighborhood. And I thought, yeah, the 55 plus, because your better neighbors are the older people. We don't get around like some of the younger, and we don't party like them too. But I'm just thinking that that's what you have to take into consideration. The neighborhood doesn't want it. And if it's 100 feet from my house, I wouldn't like it either. I live in the county. I'd rather keep people further away from me anymore lately because there's a lot of toxic people around. But I'd have to say no on such a development myself.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Chandler, can you go back to that line of sight slide that you had?
Yes. Oops, sorry.
I appreciate the slide, but there wasn't any really color around that. So what is trying to be said here? That from the second, the way I look at it, from the second floor, assuming that that someone could see, I guess, into a window at the top and maybe not at the bottom.
I honestly will defer to the engineer that put this together, but what it's trying to show is at least the scale of the distance, so what I think is it appears to be accurate is the 2-story building, assuming a single story single family home, and the distance between them. I wouldn't be able to speak to the sight line shown there, but it's really just about distance.
It's also very possible that it's shown in this schematic that there would also be some shrubbery between the two.
Sure.
Right. The 8-inch breast height trees.
Right.
Maybe not in every case, but
that's right. And so it does show the 25-foot landscape buffer. So it shows the width of that and trees within it. But of course, that density will be supplemented at certain sections where it's thinner with trees and others where it's a solid screen. So,
But Brian, excuse me, before you
Sure.
come up, the 3-story is shown at a 230-foot setback, where the 2-story is shown at the 100-foot setback. So that's correct? Is that?
well, and so actually, I think the 3-story could be at that location.
The 100-foot.
At the 100 foot or the
Right.
230?
Right, this is according to the site plan. And so what is shown here, and Will, perhaps you can remind us which of those buildings are 2-story, and recognizing that the top is the west, Sanders Farm. And so the site plan, of course, is binding, and in terms of minor modifications, if this were approved, changing location of 3-story and 2-story buildings would not be a minor item, would have to come back. But in terms of,
Well-
Will, if you wouldn't mind just pointing out.
But thank you. I understand. Could you go back one screen just
Sure.
before I get even more confused, which if,
Are you talking about back to this one?
oh, yeah, thank
Okay.
you. So are the 3-story at a 230-foot setback or not?
Yes, ma'am.
They are.
On the
Okay,
site plan.
so pardon?
On the site plan.
Yeah, wait. Could you go back to that? Okay, and the 2-story or the 100-foot setback?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this gentleman's, Mr. Barrows, I believe's description of this room being 50-foot, double this room, that's the 100-foot, but this is 230 feet. It's not what you were describing. I think. Am I hearing those two things correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Will-
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, which you were trying to show something, but I
Well, sure.
appreciate it.
And I'll clarify. Will Cisco with Turley Associates, 911 North Ninth. So Brian first presented the original request, and throughout this process, that site plan has been worked over in working with the adjacent neighborhoods. And so what you're seeing right here is reflective of what's on the site plan, which is obviously being vested with this zoning case. So if I could just go here for a minute, the 3-story are all of
Have a 300.
these, the ones along Sanders Farm.
And they are labeled, by the way, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's vested, and then the 2-story are the ones on the east side.
6 and 7.
On the
The
east
2-story.
side against the neighborhood. So from a site, if you'll go back to the site,
Well, but it's 2-story.
just from a site, from being in the existing houses,
Right,
the 3-story buildings are behind the 2-story
right,
and not even in view.
right.
And that's one of the intents of
Right.
this. The other intent is really to show what's allowed today. So if this doesn't pass and someone builds a development based on what's allowed today, you could put the 2-story where you see it in the top. And there's only a 6-foot fence requirement.
Right.
Whereas if this passes, the 2-story also goes back
Right.
per the vested site plan. And we're adding an 8-foot fence. And so that's really what, the bathroom statement, that you can see that from a window on the 2nd story of a proposed apartment, you really can just barely even catch, and that's all drawn to scale, minor grade variances allowed. You can basically see just the top of that house, of a wall on that house, whereas the current zoning would allow you to basically see, almost all the way down into the yard, potentially maybe a pool or whatever. So that's really what the intent of that is.
That helps.
A
Thank you.
question.
Yes, sir.
If for some reason this wasn't going to be an apartment complex, but it was going to be done with single family residential houses, and somebody built a 2-story house on that lot backing up to the little blue house you have drawn, how far away do they have to be from the back property line?
15 feet?
Depends, it'd
Sorry.
be really a minimum of 10 feet.
So basically, a 2-story single family residential would be more intrusive than this apartment complex 100 feet away. Is that right?
Well, and partially
Height.
230
height-
feet.
From a height standpoint,
From site into the yard,
right into the yard.
definitely.
Okay.
and partially 230 feet away.
Well, that's for 3-story and
That I understand.
So I might be back, but I'll leave it at that for now.
When, Brian, just quickly, when is Sanders Road supposed to be completed?
Good question. Well, otherwise I'll turn to our public works staff, which right now it's Will.
We've got a million of those.
Not this question.
It's, I can tell you its current condition at my last observation was all the dirt work is done and the base is in, storm drain is in. Does that sound right? That's, so it's,
Hey,
Mayor, just as
The-
a reminder, Sanderson Farm is not a City of Temple capital
Right,
improvement
that's it.
project. It's a development participation agreement. So we might need to get that answer between first reading and second reading.
okay.
Because
Yeah,
that's
let's
not
do
a
that.
project that the City of Temple is directly managing.
No, that's okay. You're just not gonna have an argument across the room.
50
At least argue from the podium where we know your name and address.
Fidel Castillo, I live at 654 David Drive, and my house is just like the blue one right there. Okay. Now you're saying about a apartment complex being 100 feet from my back of my fence line, and now you're saying a single home will be 10 feet from my fence line, correct? You're saying that, more or less, you're saying? I'm just saying, yeah.
In your case, I think it's probably, y'all have deeper rear setbacks, but that's the minimum by code
Yeah.
with a, say, a single family 2.
But I think we're forgetting that the way the land is formatted, this, if I may approach,
Sure.
this here is uphill. Okay, this is uphill. So this right here is gonna be way up here above, which will see into my bathroom. You don't want to say that because it doesn't matter what you say, right? Because the height of this guy here is gonna see further down. Because if you look from my road, I live on top of my hill. I live on top of my neighborhood. That's where my house is at. But above me, the land goes up. That's what I'm looking at. So an apartment 2 feet or the apartment 100 foot behind my house might as well be 10 feet behind my house. That's what I'm saying. Or I'm just saying. Because the height and the distance will make a difference behind my house. Okay, because it goes up. Because when it rains and storms behind my house, my backyard is a small creek. That's how the water comes from that property. All this water and sage and dirt comes behind my house. That's why I can't grow grass behind my backyard. Because all that stuff comes in my house into the neighborhood streets. Okay, so that's what I'm wondering about property value. I'm always under pressure and understanding that property value drops when there's an apartment complex behind the neighborhoods by a single family homes. Now I understand there's a market value from 55 to 21, all that stuff, but we take consideration about the property value of the neighborhoods behind this apartment complex. I'm homesteaded here. I retired 23 years in the military because I love Temple. And I can put this upon my house, I'm gonna lose all this property value, which I won't move because that's my house. Okay, I'm almost paying my house off. But now I'm having this encroachment of a apartment behind my house, and that's not right. That's all I said. Thank you.
Based upon this site plan, Mr. Chandler, the setback would be 230 feet. Am I-
We
on
haven't
some of them?
verified that, but I mean, whatever the distance is from this building to the property line, if that's what would, I mean, unless there were an additional condition that specified the 230 feet. Right now, it's the site plan that prevails. I'm not saying that the engineer hasn't provided an accurate measurement, but we haven't verified that measurement. So right now, that's what would prevail, is the location of that building on the right. That would be the closest 3-story building to the single family residential.
But to clarify and repeat something Brian said, you could, if you wanted to make sure that those those distances were very clear, you could add that as a condition, an additional condition to the PD.
Yes.
The 230,
Yes,
Right.
sir. And the 100 or whatever
then that would blow the site plan.
Well, it should be accurate. The exhibit by the engineer shows 230. The engineer did this one, so presumably they match up. We just haven't verified that yet. So if you put 230 in the condition, then
They verify
match up.
and the site plan's
they'll
fine.
have to, yep.
Then it would come back for another reading anyway. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So we could move forward with something
Correct.
now and get that verification
Mhm.
next time around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
My name is Keith Gilbertson. I am a Belton resident, but I live on off of West Adams. And the thing that caught my attention was the other developer that spoke about a traffic plan not having been completed. The difference between 55 and over and just general public is going to have a significant impact on traffic. I've lived there for about 12 years. The traffic changes are monumental. And this is going to have another significant negative effect, I believe. I believe there needs to be a traffic impact study done before this thing goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Michael Mancini. I live at 7321 Pappas Court. On the ICE site, they were talking about if this is not approved, they're gonna go back to a 50-foot. Is that could be retaliation because the citizens in that development next to his project are against it? Or they gonna keep it at the 100-foot buffer, even if it is not approved? Thank you.
Go ahead, Brian.
Mr. Mancini, just to clarify, what that means is that the current ordinance for the development, the senior housing allows the apartment buildings to be as close as 50 feet. Doesn't mean that's what they're gonna do, but ultimately
They
that's.
can do it if they want,
Yes, sir.
unless the council tells you otherwise.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Todd Scott, 6231 Shalford Road in Temple. As you know, as I said earlier, I've been developing multifamily in Bell County since about 2006. And from the very first development we did on Old Waco Road, I've been saying we can't catch the demand here. And I wanted to share some data with you, and that statement has never been truer than today. Wanted to share some data with you that's come out recently from the Texas State Water Board. It took 171 years for Bell County to reach 378,000 people. That's projected to be 900,000 people by 2050. So close your eyes and think about tripling the population of this community almost in the next 28 years. How many apartments we're going to need, how many schools we're going to need, how much infrastructure. At the same time, Austin is doubling every 20 years in population. Those are numbers you can find on the internet. Gerald, Texas Water Board predicts Gerald to be 400,000 people by 2050. So think about what we need for multifamily. As a multifamily developer in this community who owns 800 units, just got approved for 1,500 more. Why am I here supporting a direct competitor? Because this community needs it. Your EDC is killing it. You brought Facebook to this community. You're bringing other employers to this community. I just finished a HUD market study. Our company paid $20,000 for this market study to show what Bell County is going to do. What it showed is there's an average 4 to 6 month waiting list at all of the apartments in this community right now. Most of y'all know Dr. Smith, the Belton IS superintendent. He and I talked the other day. One of the major limiting factors hurting him for recruiting teachers is that when they call to look for an apartment, it's a 4 to 6 month waiting list. He needs rental housing for his teachers. This property is in Belton ISD. One thing I learned on Tuesday that was kind of interesting to me, and I'm just speaking for the class for multifamily need in general. One thing I learned on Tuesday that was interesting is this property was zoned multifamily in 2016 or 2017. They changed it to senior living around that same timeline. I don't know exactly when. And now they're looking to change it back. What's happened in senior living? So on top of being a developer, our construction company also does senior living construction. We worked for 3 companies in the last 2 years that did senior living, assisted living, memory care, and independent. 2 of those 3 companies are out of business because of non-lease up of their property. Guess why? COVID. Seniors are not looking to move into high density living settings. Like it or not, the disease killed older people. It shifted the median age of this country down. So from my perspective as a developer, it's very unfair to hold this, whoever, Mr. Cotton that's looking to develop this, very unfair to hold him to senior living when we all know that COVID has a drastic impact on that. The nation, one of the nation's largest independent senior living development companies announced a couple of weeks ago, they are stopping construction of all new projects, putting it on hold indefinitely to see how the senior in housing industry recovers from the COVID market. So if anyone has any questions, you want to see any of these numbers, I'm happy to share our market studies, for your growth plans. We share them with the school districts to help with their planning, and I'd be happy to share them with you guys. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Refresh me. Did we ever determine if the reason why this is 55 and up, was this a tax credit property and we changed the zoning, but
No, sir. This particular property was the subject of 1 or 2 unsuccessful 9% low income tax credit applications prior to the current development team being involved with the project.
That's correct.
so it was not a tax credit, even at 9%? I mean, was it not, was the zoning changed because of the 9% tax credit proposal?
This has gone through several iterations. My memory is that the city council did not support the first tax credit application, so it was unsuccessful. I think you did support the second one, but it wasn't competitive, so it never got to zoning. So I don't believe that zoning was ever introduced as it related to the tax credit project. I believe this might be the 3rd or 4th amendment to this particular PD, but I think those all came after the tax credit projects
so
were being considered.
Zoning's not at 55 plus because of a tax credit.
I don't believe so.
Proposal. I got you. Okay, thank you.
Adam Green, Bridge Tower Homes, just a quick question. When we talk about the 200-foot setback, that's what, on the left and the right, or is it the whole way around?
Just east-west.
Just east-west, so not to Sanders Farm or one below?
Yeah, just east-west from the existing property line, primarily to push the height away from single-family
Yeah,
residence.
see, and that's fine. And with all due respect to the developer that was just up here, the company that finances what we do is a large healthcare company. They're the largest owner of medical office towers in the country and senior living. So with all due respect to what he said, yes, the population here is going to continue to explode, but people will also get older. I can't speak to, what may work with lease up and may not work, because I'm not on that end of it. All I'm saying is that from a practicality standpoint, this is what was approved. This is what the package is supposed to be like. And now just to change it to double the traffic along with all of the other things, it just doesn't seem like a fit to me. So I apologize for coming up again and speaking out of turn, but thank you.
You
all
bet.
very
Thank you,
much.
sir. Mr. Brown?
Rayford Brown, 64 Runway Lane, Temple. And my comment relates to traffic flow, and it's just a theoretical thing. There is a certain feeling people have in the safe distance at which they will travel the speed limit. As soon as the number of cars forces them closer than that, they start slowing down. Once you reach saturation on West Adams, then the number of people that can get through will become Austin, gridlock. It plummets once you hit that certain critical maximum capacity, then it goes apart. So when you hit that capacity, you're going to shut down West Adams.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Dylan Moore, 7324 Tabosa Drive. I live on the, is that the east border?
Yes.
East border of the property here. So I've been to these meetings several times with the commissioners, and we just weren't getting anywhere. Our voices as neighbors weren't being heard. And that's why I started a petition. You may have seen it opposing this. Raise a hand. Any of y'all read it? Thank you. Did you sign it?
I don't
You don't
live in
have to
the
answer
area.
Anyways, I'm going to stick to this because I know we have running out of time here. But so you know why I'm here. The goal was just to make Temple residents aware of the situation that's happening in their neighborhood, on their streets, the construction next to their home. Now we have nearly 600 signatures opposing this. As a result, you now have a better understanding of where your 200-foot notice owners stand on the matter. The people have spoken, and I hope that you're listening. I want to thank Mark and Brian here of answering some questions I had related to the zoning process and hearing my concerns. You didn't have to do that, and it was very nice. So you have a great crew working for you, by the way. I also appreciate the landowner and the developers reaching out to me and hearing our concerns. But if there was one thing that's clear in all of this, all the things I've learned about the process, is that there's not much in place to protect Temple homes from things like this happening in the first place. In your own developmental code, it does say there are things that reference protection of homes, but these rules remain vague and seem easy to manipulate for one's needs. However, the code does clearly state that the purpose is to lessen congestion in the streets and prevent overcrowding of land and avoid undue concentration of population. So I'd like to see an ordinance added to the developmental code that regulates how close, kind of solve this whole problem we're having here, how close multifamily can come to residential homes, existing homes for that matter. 25 feet is not enough. 100 feet, it's still not enough, guys. This is our home. So today we are asking you to uphold the age restriction of 55 and up, and we can fight for distance another day. But to be honest, I wouldn't fight for it if I knew this would benefit our neighborhood in any way. As our elected officials, you are our only protection today against this intrusion. So my home has been here since 1996, and I'm asking that you would take consideration of your citizens that live here before you do for people that aren't even here. Have another page. Some may say it was a mistake to add age restrictions to the zoning, but in reality, it was placed there to protect the neighborhood and the church from stuff like this from happening. To remove the age restriction from the zoning is fundamentally wrong, and I hope you see that. The landowners and the builders assured me that they were going to do what they could to accommodate us and be good neighbors, but they don't live there. Although I do appreciate the gesture, it doesn't change the fact that there's going to be apartments in my neighborhood. And at the end of the day, that's not what my neighbors and me want. The consolations you provided do not change the years of construction and disruption of apartments and what that would bring to our daily lives. This is our home. The landowners and builders have the resources, the money, and the business opportunities to move this project elsewhere. I do not. Do not fill others' pockets at the expense of our quality of life. We love where we live, and we live here because we love it, and we want to stay here. So please help us today to do that. And I understand Temple's growing, And there will be plenty of other opportunities to build apartments. There really will. They will come in due time. And I suggest if you want an apartment built now, that you find land more suitable for these builders and purchase this land, and in return, build a park for us. I know that sounds like a lot, but listening to the things here today, seeing the dollar signs, hearing about the places and spaces, the love your neighborhood. I mean, guys, this is it. This is your opportunity to do something. So I also want to make it clear that FD Sanders did say they would sell this to you and make you an offer. So I want that on record and your response to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Tyler Swansea. I live at 7321 Tanglehead Drive. To begin, my privacy would be difficult to ensure as building 2 there is a 3-story and there is a slight barrier, a 25-foot barrier that is kind of shown there very vaguely of trees. I feel like that would, in the foliage would next to my Tanglehead Drive would have to be skinny and tall next to the apartment so it can fit within the 25-foot, but not touch the apartments. This will be difficult to do across the entire street of Tanglehead and have the privacy of my house, of both my front, side, and backyards. The future neighbors located in the Fresh Meadows development that border Tanglehead Drive will also feel a violation of their privacy. So due to the size and the placement of the 2-story apartment buildings, 2 that is a 3-story building and 4 that is a 2-story building that line Tanglehead and look directly onto the backyards of those residents. The large capacity of children who will live here will add unnecessary strain to the school districts as well. The large capacity of residents and only having one main exit and entrance makes the use of the emergency vehicle entrance that has minimal enforcement that leads onto Tanglehead as a potential long-term issue of drivers entering and exiting from there. The use of a local police department to enforce markings could unnecessarily create long response times or an amount of manpower and funding. This entrance leads directly onto Tanglehead Drive. Traffic access through West Adams has 2 lanes, more traffic to yield to, and a stoplight to go through, and then a right turn to gain access to Walmart and the businesses located nearby. Tanglehead Drive has only 1 stop sign and a right-hand turn. Then you are able to get into Walmart and the businesses located there. This makes Tanglehead a more efficient route to Walmart and the businesses. Tanglehead Drive is also an unmarked road. At the stop sign, about 200 feet past it, that is the only kind of lines on the road. Tanglehead currently also has multiple residents who park their vehicles on the side of the street and their boats. When driving westbound on Tanglehead, the driver is posed with a slight incline gradient, and during sunset and hours leading before, there is a strong sun glare that impairs driving capabilities on the road that is unmarked with the vehicles parked on the side and children playing. This easy to access road will see more traffic from both the new single-family homes that are being built and the multifamily homes. This will greatly impact the amount of traffic on this road, not just for work access, but to get food and amenities, all while endangering the lives of the residents and the children who use the road for leisure and foot travel. Currently, Connor Park is a green space and park located on the southeast half of Tanglehead Drive. This increase in traffic, even with speed bumps and speed limits, will still impact the children's lives who would walk down or cross Tanglehead. Tanglehead does not have any sidewalks, does not have any crosswalks. The only way to get to Connor Park is by walking on foot down the side of the road next to the parked vehicles. Nowhere that I can find is there any labeling for any kind of dumpsters or waste. That's concerned for if they would like to try and place that behind the buildings next to the neighbors that are on that fence line as well. I'm asking that this zone remains with the 55-year-old requirement still attached, no increase to the occupancy or increase to the building height. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Can I ask a question now? Brian, is the only, I've lost track of the number of potential residents. This gentleman in the back gave us some numbers at one point, but the total number that there potentially could be are going to come in and out only by Tanglehead. Is that correct?
So what the developer has proposed, just prior to the most recent P&Z was to limit the Tanglehead access purely to emergency vehicles. So it would have a gate and a click to enter access. Right, Chief? if it's an emergency gate. So that is what they are proposing, to limit the amount of traffic directly onto Tanglehead.
Okay. All right, thank you. You did say that earlier. I lost track of
No,
that.
I didn't say all that, so those need some clarification.
I'm Michael Rodriguez. I live at 7325 Tobosa Drive. I mean 7320 Tobosa Drive. Here in Temple.
little
I think I
nervous.
gave you.
I'm his wife.
But
Grace.
anyway, we live right, I believe it's right around here, Tangle, Tobosa Drive, right, Bill?
A little left.
Yeah, right around it. Isn't it? You know, and if you'll see it,
Michael, your script. Okay. We don't want to.
the reason I was pointing that out is where our house is. If we showed our house, you would see that 25-foot landscape buffer. You know, that's 25 foot from our, our fence line to a parking lot. You know, the way this is listed right now. So it's only 25 foot. We've got a parking lot with cars zooming right up and down behind our house there. You know, have a real peaceful neighborhood, and we want to keep it that way. And that 100-foot, golly, I mean, that sounds like a lot, but 100-foot is not much from our, I guess that's coming from our property line. Well, it's 75 feet past that 25-foot buffer. Well, that's not much. Well, anyway, we're opposed to this zoning change, as you probably can tell already. We want to keep it, keep that age restriction in. Anyway,
Want to keep what?
the age restriction. We all, see, as we hear, we all understand the many negatives of building regular multi-story apartment buildings with 300 units without age restrictions placed next to an established neighborhood like mine. For example, just like I said, my back fence will be 25 foot from the parking lot of a planned 2-story apartment building, and the apartment building's 100 feet away. We wouldn't have purchased our home if we knew apartment buildings were going to be that close to us. I mean, we've seen them when we were looking for a home 7 years ago, and we just bypassed them, we didn't consider. As I'm certain y'all understand why. And I'm sure, future potential home buyers will have the same similar concerns. Okay, the zoning for the land we're discussing is currently approved for apartments for residents 55 and older, or 55 and better, as some people say. My research revealed there's currently a huge demand for affordable senior housing in our area. Local seniors 55 and plus communities have reported years-long waiting list. I mean, years-long waiting list to get somebody into 55 and plus, facility or apartments. And that's for the 1 and 2 bedrooms. The waiting lists are full, and three senior communities provide letters that on the need for affordable senior apartments. Now, did y'all get those letters? Mark copied those, and he said he sent those to y'all so you would have them before the meeting from a senior retirement committers. Y'all didn't get him?
I'm going to read one of them when he gets done.
Yeah, at least I'll have an idea. I was also informed that the residents are happy, and they normally don't leave unless they go to assisted living or sadly pass away, and that also contributes to their long waiting list. Okay, let's do the right thing, not overlook our seniors for newcomers moving to Temple, for these new jobs or employment opportunities. We should first show our appreciation for our seniors who live, work, and raise families and contribute to our community. Our seniors deserve at a minimum affordable and safe apartments that are conveniently located for easy access to medical facilities, grocery shopping, restaurants, and walking trails that West Adams offers. We don't want to stick them someplace else. This is the perfect place for them. I just think that through compromise, cooperation, and sacrifice, senior 55 and plus apartments will be a success for our city. With a community-friendly design, will be a shining example for other cities to follow. I'm just saying, I'm sure property owner, developer, City of Temple, and successful business like Baylor Scott White and our good citizens working together will contribute to ensure its success. The rezoning issue is not about fighting for our neighborhood. It's not only fighting for our neighborhood, it's also fighting for our residents that need or will need affordable senior housing. I say support our seniors and vote no on the proposed zoning change. My wife wanted to read a letter from one of the.
I'm Grace Rodriguez. I'm going to read one of the letters that we received on the senior housing. This is directed to the city council from the Chisholm Trail Senior Village. I got to take these off. Excuse me. I have been a property manager for 14 years at Chisholm Trail Senior Village in Belton Daily. I must turn down individuals because I am unable to add them to my wait lists because they are full. I hear the same from other property owners when we must do market surveys. I talk with most property managers from Killeen to Temple. There is a need for more senior affordable housing. Our seniors mostly live on a set income and they need a place to live too. Since people have begun moving from other states to the Bell County area, this need has grown tremendously over the past couple of years. Respectfully, Stacy Fisher, property manager at Chisholm Trail Senior Village.
And I want to add, that's one of the three, but I just picked out three. I didn't go down any more than that after they're all saying the same thing.
That was an amateur survey that we did.
Yeah, I mean, I picked
locally,
out three and you
over the
need to,
past
and I
few
want you to
days.
read those other letters, look in your box, because Mark said he sent them over to you, so it'd be put in an official record. He said he's going to have them before the meeting.
Thank you.
So I have,
We'll make sure those are in for second reading. It might have been, I
I
don't.
like to see them as soon as they open a box.
so I have my concerns as well. And I needed to write my notes down so I would stay on point. I get emotional. I've done this twice in this room and I get emotional, so please forgive me. This is very important to me. This is our home. We moved here 7 years ago, retired to Temple from the Austin area. So we know what was and what could be here, where we came from. I want to focus on the school system first. The other night, the Temple ISD superintendent was here and spoke before our meeting. Yes, he was speaking for the Temple ISD, and we are Belton ISD in our development. Does that mean Belton is immune to the issues facing Temple ISD? He mentioned the school district had a high percentage, 76% underprivileged, coming from multi-family dwellings. He asked the council to focus more on single-family dwellings to balance that high percentage. If I had children in our development going to Belton ISD, I would be concerned that our schools would also suffer the same fate as Temple ISD in a few years. With growth comes an impact on the school systems. It is inevitable, so parents think of the education your child will get in crowded classrooms. Pepper Creek is also important to me. Will it be what it is today, what we know it as Pepper Creek today? My husband and I ride our bikes to Pepper Creek almost every morning. We're over there 7:30 in the morning. It is such a beautiful walking and bike trail, very peaceful with all the tree cover. There are other people taking advantage of the park as well, walking their dogs, new moms with their baby strollers, small children on their scooters. There is a feeling of serenity and safety. I truly believe our park will suffer in the long run. I don't know that the safety aspect will still be there. It makes me sad to think what may happen to our park someday. That park adds to our quality of life. What will happen to this vision with a large influx of people coming in? The developer is putting forward amendments to placate the residents, adding stop signs, speed bumps, sidewalks, dropping the units from 300 to 290 equals maybe 40 less residents. Does not address the issue. The issue is the developer wants to remove the age restriction. Removing the age restriction creates the problem. An age-restricted community keeps the size of the complex at a comfortable level. 300 units would be less than 600 residents. These residents are not out every morning driving to work or returning home in the evening. There would be no impact to the traffic flow on West Adams. These residents are mostly retired. Now consider 300 unrestricted age units. You're now looking at possibly doubling the residents in the complex. These residents are heading to work or school every morning and returning in the evening. Traffic flow on West Adams will be unbearable to say the least, and we can already see the traffic flow expanding on West Adams. Please consider carefully the two types of possible dwellings being considered, and keep in mind that we have made our homes here. This change would impact not only those property owners adjacent to the complex, but a whole community in different ways. This has far-reaching effects. I, for one, love Temple.
Are the voices and needs of the community being heard? Does our quality of life matter? Or will it come down to the profit margin of a developer? I'm hoping our collective voices, which you've heard tonight, will be heard. Please reject the rezoning. Thank you. Also, just from the presentation that came out earlier, the logo or the mantra, love where you live. We're going to be excluded from that. We will not be able to say that once this complex goes in, we won't love where we live.
Sir, you've been up there 2 or 3 times.
Mr.
Thank you.
Rodriguez.
Anybody else?
My name is Valerie Hohenberger, 7624 Copper Creek Trail. I live about 3 blocks from this proposed apartment complex. I love my quiet neighborhood. I just love it. And I feel that if the age restrictions are removed, there is a potential that I will no longer have my quiet neighborhood. I live within 100 feet of Tarver Elementary. That does not bother me. I used to live on top of a mountain. And when I moved into the city, one of the things that I considered on my checklist was a quiet neighborhood. I was not used to being around other people and their noises. I awake now. People in my neighborhood zoom down the streets. And it's a 30-mile-an-hour limit. And they don't obey it. And this is not a thoroughfare. The street's only 4 blocks long. But some people feel the need to gun their engines and rev up their motorcycles and all kinds of things like that, disturbing my peace. And I don't know if there is a temple regulation, a sound ordinance, but if there isn't, I'm looking into maybe starting a petition like this gentleman back here. There are several residents in my neighborhood who have PTSD. Those residents are greatly impacted by noises such as that. I agree with the last 2 speakers. I will not be able to say that I love my neighborhood anymore if this age restrictions are lifted. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody on the virtual platform? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Can you change it to the slide where you have the disapproval of the residents? Hi, I'm Trishelle Kempner. My husband spoke earlier. We live on Tanglehead at 7321. I'm not going to say anything different than what's already been said. It's just, I actually went around to a lot of those houses and collected those signatures by hand myself. And I can tell you that a lot of people didn't turn in their forms originally because they did not feel heard. They did not have the information. They felt like this was going to go through no matter what, and it did not matter what their voice or opinion was. A lot of misinformation was out there. This right here is actually my house, and I have a 3-year-old child. There are actually a lot of residents on Tanglehead that are beyond the 200-foot buffer that do have children, and small children at that. The park is on the corner right here. Sorry, voice is a bit shaky. Right here. There's no sidewalks, no nothing, small children. This right here, Walmart. The apartments are gonna use that road. But yes, the church. Yeah, because the picture, but like, if the picture was complete, Walmart's right there. Sorry. I came up here just because I felt like I needed to come up here and let you know my voice, my opinion. When I turned in my form initially, I didn't write down why I didn't want it because I didn't feel like it was necessary. I thought, you know, people should know and it doesn't happen. And that's just not how it works. So I feel like I had to come up here and say something. Sorry.
Thank you. You don't have to apologize. Anyone else?
My name is Susan Fry. I live at 2306 Salisbury Drive, apartment 28. I guess I'm here representing a friend I talked to today because this is impacting her and she's very much against it. But as I've been listening, I haven't heard anybody mention what was going through my mind is that you lower the age, you're going to get a lot of young people. And with a lot of young people, you're going to get partying, you're going to get drugs, alcohol, and you may say, well, you know, they'll have restrictions at those apartments. Okay, well, they had those restrictions at my apartment, and on weekends, you know, there can be parties, drugs, alcohol. It doesn't get too out of hand. A couple times we've had to call the police, but I feel like that's something to consider also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that it?
Dave Chiquette, 256 Mikey Lane. There's, amongst the other things I would have to question, this is probably a question for staffing, is the density change. Because when you go from 256 units at 1.8, which would be 55 and over, you go to full family units, now it's 3.7 per unit. And that's a lot higher density of people, which means more trips in and out, more cars, more traffic, more flow, more sometimes problems, sometimes not. So my question would be, what's the density change on the land area or the roads servicing that area? Thank you.
So our density calculations for apartments are just based on the number of units and not the number of people or even the bedrooms.
Right.
Parking, of course, is impacted by non-age restricted versus age restricted and per bedroom, but we don't regulate how many individuals can live in an apartment as, you know, federal or fair housing requirements that would regulate that, not zoning.
Right. Anyone else?
Good evening. Sam Fulcher with Baird Cruise, across the street, 15 North Main Street. I appreciate y'all being here. It's been a while since I've been in front of this body. As you can forget how long, how hard you have to labor by staying up here away from your families. So we appreciate your work. Appreciate the folks that have come out. I represent FBC Sanders LLC, which is the seller of the property. They're selling it to Mr. Cotton, the developer who's looking to have the restrictions changed. Today we're here to talk about what is changing with an existing multifamily tract, not whether or not apartments go on the tract, but whether or not the restrictions in the plan can change. So what's before us is whether or not we lift the seniors restriction
adjust the height requirement, modify landscaping and lighting and setbacks as have been discussed. As was mentioned earlier, this property with a prior group was entitled as an 18.5 acre multifamily tract that was not restricted. And I believe, as Ms. Myers pointed out, was going to be a tax credit project. And that's not what we're talking about here. This is a market rate project, much smaller. I guess to the point on the density question, 1.8 per unit, 55 plus, 3.7 unrestricted. A lot of that delta is going to be kids who don't drive. So while there will be more people with driver's license potentially based on elderly folks gradually shifting out of driving, a lot of that density change is going to be represented by children. We hope that the items that have been presented to council and to P&Z that were approved twice by P&Z reflect my clients and Mr. Cotton's desire to work through this process to mitigate some of the concerns of the constituents. They want to be good neighbors. They believe in this project. They believe it can be a good project. They believe it meets a need in the city to provide housing for folks that are moving to town and other folks in the city. And also one more point, just because this isn't seniors restricted, doesn't mean seniors can't live there.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions for me?
I don't think so. Not from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jimbo Cotton. I'm from Austin, Texas, 11,000 Spotswood Parkway. I am the developer representing JJABC. I'm like to think I'm more than just a commercial developer. I've been part of Temple since I was 13 years old, coming to play golf with Dan Pope. I've recently signed a lease to bring Mr. Gaddy's Pizza back to Temple. I'm the Gaddy's operator in Round Rock. I recently re-tenanted the Starbucks on I-35 to Black Rifle Coffee. I own the pad in front of this property currently, and I'm working on a world-class tenant to be part of the neighborhood as well. When I first came to start developing this property, I immediately met with the architects and the engineers. And the first thing I said, move it off the property line. If we're gonna go get a zoning change, let's take it off the property line. We have room. When we started laying the whole property out, and if you could lay out that site plan, that would be great if you could click to it. When we first started laying the property out, we immediately went to green space. And that was, how can we get some amenities in the middle for the residents that will live here? And it's set up for, we're hoping we get a lot of 55 and older. We've added a business center, workout center, barbecue pits, walking trails. We hope to be able to continue the design to help for the drainage to come in and filtrate and go back out, which has currently been a concern of the neighbors. I've been the vice president of Assisted Texas with Housing. We're 100% Section 8 home based out of Round Rock. We provide housing for people in need, and we're 100% nonprofit. So we know how important housing is for everybody. But this whole design project was designed with the neighborhood and the neighbors in mind. I know we can't provide or do everything for everybody. I don't, and to address one of the questions on the 3-story buildings, that building number 4 is also a 2-story building and I don't know if you addressed that. I don't know if we can push it all back to 200 feet and still keep the green space. And I know that if we go to all 2-story and do 280 units, which is currently 290 units, which is currently allowed by the PUD, we'll have to add 4 to 5 more buildings, and it'll just take away from the entire project as well as the green space. I can't really argue with, next, we've got 191 units designed here. So hopefully that'll attract 55 and older, working moms. My math, I hadn't been able to figure out. Temple accordingly has 73,000 apartment complex units at 3.7. That's 220 plus residents. I can't, that math doesn't compute to me, compute. So again, we've tried to design this whole project for the residents and the citizens of Temple, the ones that are here currently and the ones that are coming. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on the virtual platform? All right, I don't see anybody else moving toward the microphone. So I will close the public hearing on item number 12. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Chandler? Anything further? Nothing?
I'm just wondering about if it is necessary to have a traffic study before we finalize anything. I mean, it seems to me that we're adding a lot of individuals there in that area, so I'm thinking about safety really. So I'm just throwing that out there.
You could add that to a proposal.
That'd be good.
Well, I mean, you also have the single family resident development that's part of this. It's going to be going out that road to 2410 as well. So the traffic study would have to be more than just the apartment complex, where it would be the impact of all of those other single family houses, because that's where you're going to have 3.5 and 4 people living in a unit. And so that puts 1,000 people in the neighborhood. And that's just a fact. It's just what it is. So I think that if we go with a traffic study, a traffic impact study, it's got to be the entire development and see what that holds. But I am curious, and I don't know how we get the answer to this. Maybe after the meeting, I can visit with some of the people. Several of you mentioned take it back to a 55 age limit. So you're not against the apartment complex, you're against lowering the age. That answers my question.
What else?
I have a question in following Mr. Williams. The proposal, if it is made this way, is to remove the 55 and older age restriction. If we remove that, what happens?
They can't build.
I'm sorry?
They can't build.
Exactly. We
Hey.
can't-
Nothing from the crowd.
Let me address Mr. Chandler, but thank you. Brian, if we remove the 55 and older, what happens? Does the developer disappear and go away because it becomes just a project he doesn't want to do?
That's really not a question for me to answer. That would be Mr. Cotton. So that's a market question. You
Okay.
remove the age restriction, then it's just a market rate. Anyone who, any age, 18 presumably and up, could live there. So
By removing it.
by removing the age
Right.
restriction. Yes.
If
ma'am.
we leave it in there, does the developer, what has the developer said to you if we leave it in there?
Well, he's
The
here.
developer's here, so
Okay.
I would ask.
Well, I thought
firsthand.
perhaps it had been shared with you.
No, I haven't
Okay.
had those discussions,
right.
but he's shared some of that with P and Z, and I'm sure would be more than willing to share it with you.
Okay, can we get that? Because I just find that confusing since so many residents seem to be
What the property,
opposed to the removal of that.
yes, ma'am. What the property is approved for today is 290, 55 and over. We've looked at it numerous different ways, and that is, will we do townhomes to sell to 55 and over, and there'll be 2-story to get the density. We need to get the density. That is one question. Will the market uphold a 290 single? It's not going to be a nursing home or a big box where everybody lives and dines together. It's that ship has sailed with COVID. I have a property I'm selling for a guy on Barnett Road right now in Austin, Texas, the hottest market in the world. He's 200 beds. He's down to 37.
Okay, I had heard that before, so
Yeah,
that's.
so
the
it will
crux
be,
of the
yes,
issue
under
for
that
me.
code, it's gonna get built. Is it gonna take us a little bit longer to get the market? It's gonna get built. under that existing PUD for 290 units of apartments or townhomes or something that's going to be built under the PUD unless it's 25 feet off the property line. We're trying to accommodate that. So we can, and maybe up to 15 or 10, depending on the code. But
Okay.
yes, that's
All
still,
right,
that's still under consideration. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha.
Anyone else? All right, very good. Council, still no questions for Mr. Chandler? Then at this time, I will entertain a motion on item number 12.
I'm going to make the motion to approve it while we wait the traffic study and the second reading. Because it's not done until it passes on the second reading. And that will, and in my motion, I want to require a traffic study as Councilmember Morales suggested. So we can add that to the equation.
Brian, could you please pull up the slide that shows the staff recommendation with the conditions? Or Amy, could you do that? Thank you.
So this is the first slide. This is what went to P and Z on the 18th of July, and then the additional language at P and Z on Monday, and of course tonight.
One
Would you like me to
question.
amend my motion and add all that is into the original motion?
One question that I have about the traffic impact analysis, to your earlier comments about it needing to include other property that's not under control by this particular developer. And once the traffic impact analysis is performed, what is the expectation that any recommended improvements be done? And if so, how will we balance that between the fact that you'll be considering
One property. and not
impact
both.
beyond
Yeah.
this particular property owner? So I think I would recommend that, also to your point, that we have time to address some of these issues between the first and second reading, that staff has an opportunity to discuss how we could accomplish what meet the concerns, because and Brian may already have a thought, but I'm a little concerned about how we would implement that recommendation in equity between the property owners, with one has already been approved without requiring a traffic impact analysis. So Brian, I don't know if am I overthinking this like I normally do?
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, that is the question. You have an entitled, to use that term, zoned, platted, single family, who is also obviously opposed to this project. And so if you're to ask for the traffic impact analysis to include the single family, then that would actually have to be on the apartment developers at his expense too. And then how do you separate those two uses in terms of the impact, and who ultimately pays for some of the improvements that may come out of that study to the adjacent roadways?
My motion didn't including that subdivision. That was just in my comments earlier on
Okay.
in the question.
Okay.
So I would say this traffic impact study is on the apartment complex.
Okay.
Traffic increase,
Okay.
and we can extrapolate when you add the other traffic to it if we need to by ourselves.
Sounds good.
That makes sense. So I make that motion and also include all of the other proposed conditions that have been approved by staff and by P and Z.
Before someone seconds that, I have a question. How long would it take to get a TIA done? That can take a while.
That was my next question. More than 2 weeks
Right. Right. So would it be
to come back.
more effective, or does it matter if we tabled it now until the TIA was done? or just simply then have the information at the second reading for regarding the TIA?
Well, I think,
Doesn't
for
matter.
example, and that kind of goes with what I was going to ask for clarification to, another recent zoning case that actually you approved on third reading today. You required the TIA as a condition of approving the zoning, but you also required that any improvements that were recommended by the traffic impact analysis would be required as a condition of the plan development. So you didn't just require the TIA, you require the implementation of any recommendations in the
That's true.
TIA. So that would extend beyond, you wouldn't know what that was before you approved it on second reading, but you would have already required that whatever, if anything, was recommended, that be implemented.
I'm okay with that.
All right, so we have a motion on the table. But that would require an amendment to your motion. So do we vote on his motion and then go back and,
It's his motion and it's not been seconded, so I think he
Oh,
can
okay.
clarify.
There, let me-
But
let me-
there I am over
let-
here, Charlotte. Sorry, let me.
actually, I'm sorry, I'm looking at you. I
Which
should be.
which lawyer do I talk to?
I agree.
Sorry.
No one seconded it. So I
Okay.
think you can.
So let me attempt to clarify what I was trying to do, and obviously not very well. I move that we require, that we approve this rezoning request, subject to all the requirements as outlined in P and Z and staff, including a traffic impact study, with the understanding that the property owner will be responsible for recommendations on the traffic impact study. Did that cover the wharf?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll second it.
And at that point, that property owner can then decide whether or not to move forward.
Right.
And then will that requirement then carry forward, assuming it's approved, then that requirement of a TIA and adopting I'm sorry, I don't want to keep looking at you. Charla, would that then require so we have a TIA and there are recommendations within the TIA, and part of the motion was that those recommendations be adopted. Then this developer doesn't move forward. Then those requirements would then be around this piece of property for possibly the next developer. Okay,
Become part of the PD
I
ordinance.
like the whole 55 and older thing we have on this one now.
Yes, so if a future developer, if this developer didn't move forward and a future developer then came forward and did not want to make those improvements based on the TIA that was done in this instance, would have to come back, yes.
We make a decision.
Okay. Just as long as everybody understands the ground rules.
That's a
Okay.
good question, Tim. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so we have a motion by Councilmember Williams. Mayor Pro Tem, you seconded, correct? We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Council, if you would, please cast your vote. Item number 12 passes 5 votes to 0 with Councilmember Williams' additional language. All right, moving on to item 13 is the first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a rezoning from agriculture district to planned development, single-family dwelling 2, along with a site and development plan on 5 acres in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas, addressed as 2109 Lavandusky Drive. Mr. Chandler.
All right. Looking at the vicinity map, you can see that it's just south of Lavandusky and west of North 50th Street. And once again, this is also a planned development, but this is a 23 lot, single family subdivision that is proposed. Single entrance off of Lavandusky. Also the nearest intersection or offset road to the north would be 195 feet away, which meets our minimum 180 foot separation requirement. Street 2 shown here on the site plan, which is also rotated 90 degrees to the west. it would provide a connection to the future community collector on our thoroughfare plan. But both streets on this particular development would be local streets. They would improve an entrance with decorative fencing and landscaping, and which would be maintained by an HOA. And the tract shown with a blue circle there is proposed for on-site detention, but could revert to a single family lot if that detention is not needed. And of course, that would be confirmed at the platting stage. Sidewalks would include a 5-foot on Lavandusky, a 4-foot on streets 1 and 2, and then also a 10-foot connecting sidewalk or trail to a future trail on the master plan shown in the flood area. And the future development plan shows this area as residential neighborhood service. In terms of the thoroughfare plan, 42nd is a future community collector. Lavandusky is a community collector. And then we talked a little bit about the trails master plan, and you can see a greenway trail proposed along the drainage area. And then the future collector is the dashed orange line that's north-south, basically an extension of 42nd Street. Oh, that's the wrong button. All right, and here are photos of the site. And the property to the north. And then the Oak Ridge residential subdivision is to the north as well. And so 11 property owners were sent notices within 200 feet. 2 responses received in opposition, and you can see the letter D on the map there. And staff recommends approval with the following conditions, and P&Z also recommended approval by a vote of 5-1 at the July 18th meeting. And so I'm not going to go through all of those, but what we talked about, codifying that with 12 different conditions, and also the site plan would also be binding, with the exception of the ability to approve some minor changes if necessary. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Council, any questions? Nothing? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. This item is subject to a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter may do so. We ask that you step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, or raise your hand on the platform. No takers this time. Nothing on the platform? Okay, very good. At this time, I will close the public hearing, and council entertain a motion on item 13.
I'll make the motion for approval with the conditions.
Second.
Have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. We have a second by Councilmember Walker. Council, please cast your vote. Item 13 passes 5 votes to 0. Item 14 is the first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing a rezoning request from agriculture to general retail zoning district on approximately 0.989 plus or minus acres situated in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas, addressed as 6303 State Highway 317.
All right, here you can see along 317 south of Tarver and adjacent to a relatively new small retail center. And so just under an acre, and is adjacent to other general retail properties, including flooring business, convenience store, bank, and childcare. Plat would be required. Sidewalks are already in place at 317, so would not be required as part of this. Looking at utilities, they're certainly available. Future land use identifies this location as corridor mixed use. And so here you can see the site and neighboring properties. And so 8 notices were sent out to property owners within 200 feet. One notice was returned in agreement, and that was from the adjacent general retail development to the north, and 0 in disagreement. Staff recommends approval. And so did Planning and Zoning Commission by a vote of 6-0 at the July 18th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, anything for Mr. Chandler? This item subject to a public hearing. Please step to the podium, state your name and address for the record, or lift your hand on the platform. All right, there being none of either, I will entertain a motion on item 14.
I'll make a motion to approve 14.
Second that motion.
Have a motion by Councilmember Walker. We have a second by Councilmember Long. Please cast your vote. Item 14 passes 5-0. Item 15 is the first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance authorizing the voluntary annexation of 56.948 plus or minus acres located on the east side of Brewster Road, approximately 5,000 feet north of its intersection with Moores Mill Road, addressed as 7219 Brewster Road.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Another voluntary annexation, and this is just north of a recent other voluntary annexation request that has been approved on Brewster Road. You can see the location outlined in red. And of course, it's a subject to Chapter 43 of the Local Government Code, and all of the requirements have been met, including notification to the Troy Independent School District for them to evaluate potential fiscal impact on the school district. And so a residential rezoning is anticipated not long after the annexation is approved. And so all relevant departments had the municipal services agreement circulated to them, and there were no issues identified by any of them. So staff recommends approval of the voluntary annexation. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Chandler? Not there being none, this item also is subject to a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak may do so or raise your hand on the platform. There being none, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion on item 15.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the voluntary annexation as outlined in item number 15.
Second.
Have a motion by Councilmember Williams, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Please cast your vote. Item 15 passes 5-0. Item 16 is a first reading in a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance in accordance with ordinance number 2017-4835, approving a development and site plan for a new 23,500 square foot retail building on lot 4, Block 1, within the Heritage Square Phase 2, a non-residential subdivision in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas, addressed as 6504 West Adams. Mr. Chandler.
All right, and so this is for site plan approval for a 2017 plan development. And so here you can see the lot shown in red above. There's a Popeyes and an Arby's and also Dutch Brothers as part of that Heritage Square subdivision. And so looking at the site plan, there's 23,500 square feet of retail proposed. And so you can see 3 tenant spaces. The middle, the largest, 10,000 square feet is intended to become the flagship tenant of the retail, and Dollar Tree is that retailer. The other 2 tenant areas could be further divided and are likely to be so. Required parking spaces are 94 based on the 1 parking space per 250 square feet of retail. They are far exceeding that requirement with 120 spaces on the site plan. For buffering and screening, they would be required to extend an existing masonry wall that was part of the 2017 ordinance. And so this is a masonry wall detail to show what that would look like. In terms of landscaping, of course, our minimum landscaping requirements for retail are 5%. On the site plan, they're showing 16.97%. And here you can see building elevations. And so the top of the parapet for the flagship tenant is 28 feet and 2 inches tall. And so you can see the site. And so bottom left-hand corner, you see the Popeyes on the left and the Arby's on the right. And then the existing wall that they would extend on the right for buffering and screening purposes from adjacent residential. So 13 notices were sent out to property owners within 200 feet. 1 notice returned in agreement, 0 in disagreement. And the 1 returned was from the applicant. And so staff recommends approval subject to the following conditions. The substantial compliance with the site plan, the 8-foot wall, landscaping consistent with the site plan, compliance with performance standards related to glare, prevent light trespass on the neighboring properties, the minor amendment allowance for the planning director, major changes, of course, coming back to P and Z and council. And then 3 others that I wanted to highlight because this was actually tabled for 2 weeks from the July 18th P and Z meeting until the August 1st to just take a look at traffic and the impact on 2305. And in working with the applicant, we agreed on these 3 conditions, including the city and staff and the city staff and developer would coordinate lane striping from the access driveway from West Adams Avenue. There's the width to accommodate 3 lanes. So of course, 2-way in and but also separate for leaving onto egress onto Adams, a left-hand turn lane and a right-hand turn lane. Right now it's not striped. So just clarifying just to help prevent unnecessary stacking, which I think we see some already. Staff will coordinate with adjacent property owners and that the striping would not hold up issuance of the permit. And this is something that we worked with the applicant on. We will do our best. We would hear from you that we absolutely have to work with them and try to get that done because the driveway is not owned by this applicant. And then the last one, explore the feasibility of pedestrian connectivity from the new construction to adjacent property to the south. Once again, just looking for sidewalk connectivity from this new retail to the retailers that are already there along Adams. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know Kayla is here. So Kayla Landeros representing the developer and we worked with Kayla and her client to come up with those additional conditions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Chandler?
I do have a question. Could you go, thank you, that slide. What does it mean, explore the feasibility of pedestrian connectivity?
Let's look
The
at
third, the last
Sure.
point.
So looking at the site plan, to be able to provide a sidewalk connecting the actual retail spaces to the driveway shown to the south.
And who will build that?
That would be the developer and we would work with
with
the
them.
developer on, on
Okay,
the feasibility
thank
in
you.
terms of the engineering and drainage, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you.
I was pleased to see the 8-foot masonry wall continuing. I know that was an issue when Arby's moved in, and it really helped, I think, with the neighbors on Brooks Drive and also the light trespass. I'm glad to see that that's going to be taken care of as well.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. Chandler. This item subject to public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak may do so. Please step to the podium or raise your hand.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Kayla Landeros, 10 North 2nd Street, here on behalf of Temple Texas Partners, the owner and developer of this property. First of all, has been said by others tonight, I just want to thank Brian and Mark and the planning staff, as always, being very responsive to meeting requests. And at some point, they'll get tired of me, but they haven't yet, or maybe they have, but they haven't said it. Appreciate their help on this. This is kind of an interesting property for a couple different reasons. First of all, which may not have been shown in the presentation, but the planned development only covers a piece of the property. So part of the property is just zoned straight general retail. And then this other piece closest to the residential neighborhood is actually the planned development general retail. So the developers here, knowing that, still wanted to come forward with a site plan on the entire property, even though it wasn't necessarily required on a portion of it. As Brian pointed out, they are going kind of above what's required for landscaping, doing the 8-foot or continuing that masonry wall. The other piece that's interesting is what Brian mentioned, is that these property owners, developers, do not own the driveway. They have an easement, obviously access easement to the back of their property, but they don't own it. And so in discussions after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, with some concerns about stacking there in that driveway with the existing restaurants, this developer is very willing to work with city staff to get in contact with the property owner that controls the driveway to see if striping might be an option. And even so, even willing to perhaps share in that cost, even though it's not property that they own. Councilmember Long, on your question on pedestrian access, the reason it's worded that way is, again, just because this property owner only controls to their property line. And so, to create a really good pedestrian access from this development to the existing restaurants, you would have to have some, again, cooperation with these neighboring property owners. So hopefully we can get there, but we couldn't fully commit to making that connection just because people get a little bit weird if you do stuff on their property without asking.
Very.
So yes. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm happy to answer any questions. But again, always thankful to staff to kind of working through and being creative on some of these issues. And thank you to all of you, of course.
Thank you, Ms. Landeros. Anyone else?
Alan Lytle, 504 Cedar Flocka. Just a quick question. This concrete wall, nice, pretty wall. Now, 10 years from now, when it starts to crumble and fall, is the property owner going to take care of it, or who?
Property owner.
Okay, so it's going to remain with the property.
It's not city property.
That's it.
Anyone else?
Crash landing. Nell Brindley, Temple, Texas, forever. Did I understand correctly that this was property that was going to be a Dollar Tree? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So part of planning and zoning is planning. So I would just ask council, how many Dollar Trees, Dollar Generals, Dollar whatevers do we need in Temple? I believe there's a dollar something further down West Adams. Now, you may not have any say-so in what goes in there, but it's frustrating for me as a citizen when we get a new construction approved and it's either an auto parts store or a Dollar General or something like that. Now, I love Dollar Generals and I shop there. So I'm not complaining about them. I'm just saying, how many do we really need? And then I just want to remind you that just across the road is another brand new apartment complex that's under construction. It's going to add great traffic impact to the intersection of Kegley and 2305. So just wanted to remind you of those apartments that are now currently under construction.
Anyone else? Mail and platform? Okay. Very good. Council, if you have no further questions for Mr. Chandler, I'm going to close the public hearing first. If there are no additional questions for Mr. Chandler, I'll entertain a motion on item 16.
I'll make a motion to approve item 16.
I second that motion.
Get you to it.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead and change your name.
No,
Item 16 passes 5 votes to 0. Moving on to item 17 is to consider adopting a resolution approving the final plat of the Knox Nolte Edition at 10.001 plus or minus acre, 3-lot, 1-block residential subdivision with the developer requested exception to the UDC section 8.1.3 regarding fire hydrants located in the city of Temple, Bell County, Texas, approximately 0.1 mile east of 7898 Little Mexico Road. Mr. Chandler.
All right. The Nolte Edition, you can see Little Mexico Road near the airport. And actually, this was also a recent voluntary annexation that was triggered by their platting process due to having a development agreement, one of the 2008 development agreements that requires platting, annexation upon a plat. And so looking at the aerial map, you can see the location there. And it's 10 acres, 3 residential lots. Of course, as was mentioned, the item description, the only reason that you all are seeing this is because of the requested exception for our fire hydrant requirements. Each of the lots would range from about 3 acres to 4 acres in size. It is zoned agricultural zoning district. Little Mexico Road has a 19-foot pavement width, yet a 60-foot right of way. Yet once again, this is only 3 lots, the residential lots that we're talking about. $225 per lot is required for parkland dedication. And looking at the water analysis, water is actually provided by Pendleton Water Supply Corporation with an existing 6-inch line, which will not support fire hydrants, and thus the exception is requested, supported by staff, and most importantly by the fire marshal, who reviews these during the development review committee process. And the applicants have agreed to choose one of the other options. We had a similar case, Prairie Acres subdivision that was actually in the ETJ. And so this one is different. It's in the city limits, and so we can enforce using one of these 3 options. Fire hydrants still on the table, but not likely to be used, not feasible, but having a NFPA 13D fire suppression system, sprinklers, or compliant water tank, or some other solution approved by the fire marshal. Wastewater, there's an on-site septic system proposed, which would be required to be approved by Bell County Health District. This is in the Moody Independent School District. And so staff recommendation is to approve the final plat and the fire hydrant exception by providing the applicant with the flexibility to address fire suppression through either approved fire hydrants, NFPA 13D fire suppression system, or NFPA 22 compliant water tank. Once again, another solution that could adequately address those fire requirements with approval by our City of Temple Fire Marshal. And so Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval on August 1st. And happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Council, any questions for Mr. Chandler? At this time, I'll entertain a motion on item 17.
Mayor, I move for approval of the plat as presented by staff.
Second.
You have a motion by Councilmember Williams. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Please cast your vote. Item 17 passes 5 votes to 0. Item 18 reads to consider adopting a resolution setting the collection charges for solid waste services to include a fuel surcharge for residential services as well as commercial services to be effective October 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Mayor. We covered the overall background of the rates as part of the budget presentation, but I did want to note that the average budgeted price per gallon for fuel increased approximately 42% from what we were budgeting in 2022 to what we need to budget in 23. So we are recommending a fuel surcharge of $1.25 be added for residential and an approximately 5% fuel surcharge for commercial services for solid waste.
Very good. Council, any questions on that? It'd be nice about a fuel surcharges if fuel goes back down, if that could be removed.
Yes, we'll review it quarterly with council.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Council, any questions? I'll entertain a motion on item 18.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve item 18 as presented by Ms. Myers.
Second it.
Have a motion by Councilmember Long, a second by Councilmember Walker. Council, please cast your vote on 18. Pardon?
I'm locked up.
I'll do it for you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes or no?
This was 18. Item 18 passes 5 votes to 0. Item 19 is to consider adopting a resolution amending the current utility system fees to be effective October 1, 2022.
Thank you, Mayor. We are, again, as we referenced in our budget presentation tonight, we are recommending, and the adopted budget was based on some adjustments to our water and wastewater rates. As council will recall, we engage New-Gen Strategies and Solutions to do a water and wastewater system cost of service study based on our 6-year plan to help us identify the rate structure that's necessary to support the operational and capital programs that we covered in the business plan presentation. So we are recommending a increase to an adjustment of approximately 3.86% proposed for water rates and approximately 13.83% for wastewater rates. And again, as a reminder, our rate structure supports both our operational and capital needs without any impact fees in our community.
And that's also outside the general fund,
Yes, sir. This is for the water and wastewater fund.
which is a self-supporting fund.
It is. It's an enterprise fund. Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Council, any questions on that? Very good. I'll entertain a motion on item 19.
Mayor, I'll make a motion on 19 also to approve it as presented by Ms. Myers.
Second it.
Have a motion by Councilmember Long. We have a second by Councilmember Walker. Council, please cast your vote. Item 19 passes 5 votes to 0. About what? About the water rates? No, sir, that's not subject to a public hearing. Well, You signed up for public comments, I saw. So if you want to add that and keep it all within 3 minutes, knock yourself out. I bet you do. And I might even give you 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, so we're going to roll back now to the public comment section. You guys know the rules. Citizens who desire to address the council on any matter may do so. As long as you signed up prior to this meeting. About 20 folks have signed up. I don't know how many are still here, but about 20 people have signed up to speak. And please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. You'll see you've got timers on the various, you don't have them yet. You will have timers on the various screens. And just like last time, I'm going to hold you to that time. And we again ask that you be respectful of everyone in the audience that may have a differing opinion than you, which includes not clapping, cheering, or comments from the crowd, please. Okay. Everybody ready to go? All right. David Barrows. All right. Milton, you want to go next? You can go home. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get you taken care of. I want to hear what you have to say about the water.
About this water. I'm Milton Hensley, 301 Metro Drive. About this water, I would request that y'all forego the increase in rates until the drought is over. I don't know about y'all, but I'm using more water than this frugal, cheap man wants to use. And it would help us out a whole lot if we would stay with the present rates until the drought is over. I wish you'd consider this. I've always come to y'all each year. This is going to be the 14th year that we have had the life chain, the pro-life. The life chain will be held October the 2nd. We will gather at 1:45 Sunday afternoon. The location will be located on the grass strip on Azalea and 31st Street, adjacent to Chick-fil-A. The life chain will be from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock along 31st Street. Mr. Mayor, I ask you, as you have always done, to prepare us a proclamation. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I invite each one of you to attend our life chain. I will secure the permit. I never have shown the cards that we have at the life chain, but these are some of the cards. And this is true. Adoption is the best option. This is true. Sadly said. I invite y'all to come to be with me. October 2nd, meet at 1:45 at the grass strip on Azalea. We will start lining up on the sidewalk on 31st Street at 2 o'clock. We'll end at 3 o'clock. Wear a hat, bring a lawn chair if you want to. They'll all be on the sidewalk. How much time I got? Up.
Good job. You did.
Mayor, I do want to note that
Consider that we're going to increase on the water.
Sadly, well, not sadly, for you, sadly, we've already voted it in.
Mayor, I did want to note that and I was remiss in saying that rate does not become effective until October 1st. So we do have a little bit before it.
Hopefully we'll get some.
October 1st.
Hopefully
So
we'll get some rain.
get some rain.
rain this afternoon.
Yeah, we just got a little bit of rain.
I'm just working to keep my yard less crispy. So I understand. All right, Alan Lytle.
Alan Lytle, 504 Paseo del Plata. I'd like to talk to you tonight about two simple words. In 1954, the words "under God" were added to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not going to preach a sermon now. But there was no extra comma added to the pledge. It is one nation under God, not one nation under God. There's no comma there. So I asked the city council to start a movement with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance the way it was written. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. There's a comma. And to the republic for which it stands, another comma, one nation under God, no extra comma, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's always interesting listening to people when they recite the pledge because you catch that. So about half the people do it that way. Okay, Nell Brindley.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and Ms. Myers, for ending the negotiations with Nova Collective. I just want to say that up front. I'm requesting that you follow Councilman Williams' suggestion to rename and refocus the DEI Commission. You could form a Citizens Advisory Committee that is made up of all groups and excludes no one. We need to focus on unity in Temple. DEI is a Marxist theory emanating from critical race theory. It causes division everywhere it's implemented. DEI focuses on differences rather than on what unites us. DEI creates problems and conflicts where none exist. DEI contends that there are victims and oppressors. That thinking comes straight out of sociopathic behavior and has no place in a healthy city or its government. I absolutely loved sitting here tonight, even though it was long, to see the council do what the council is supposed to do, and that's do specific functions like safety and roads and planning and zoning and water and sewer and waste and all of the stuff that you all do week in and week out. City government is to follow the Constitution and the rule of law. City government is not designed to dictate a set of values or beliefs other than those listed in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. The church and the family establish values. City government should only be concerned if an employee and its employee is treated fairly, is qualified, and does his or her job, not what that employee believes about sexual orientation or any other personal belief. The surveys and surveillance that have been talked about only result in declining morale and disunity. In order to stop the division your implementation of DEI has caused, I'm urging you to end DEI. Let's put unity back in our community, restore trust in the city government. Surely we can agree with our founding documents that we are all created equal. We're not equitable, we're equal. I would add that we are to love God and love our neighbor as ourselves. I don't need a $13,000 billboard on Interstate 35 to motivate me to love my fellow Temple citizens. I obey God's word, not a billboard. Let's work together instead of tearing one another down. At the August 4th City Council meeting, I was saddened to watch videos. I was homesick and I couldn't come, but I watched videos of speaker after speaker being
Nell, you've got
allowed
about 10 seconds.
to label Christians as a hate group. That's dangerous rhetoric and counterproductive. DEI has caused this division. Temple, we must do better. Please end DEI for the good of our city. Temple can be a role model
Ms.
for other
Brindley.
cities
Ms.
in
Brindley,
standing up to this agenda.
thank you. Again, I've asked that we not do that. If you can't, then I'd ask you to leave. That's disrespectful to the whole crowd. Margie Frazier.
Margie Frazier, Temple, Texas. DEI needs to be dropped. Temple, Texas Mayor and City Council. May the prayer spoken by your City Council earlier members go deep into the hearts of every member in this room, for God Almighty is first of all honored and glorified. There is no other God but God Almighty. Psalm 117, praise the Lord, all you nations, praise him, all you people. For his merciful kindness is great toward us, and the truth of the Lord endures forever. Praise the Lord. 1 Corinthians 6, 9, 10 says, do you not know that the wicked will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, adulterers, nor effeminate, nor homosexual offenders, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. I believe none of us are left out of this picture, for we are all sinners, but not all here are saved by Jesus' blood. I will focus on the word effeminate. When a man starts taking on the characteristics of a woman, it takes away his manliness and replaces it with unmanly mannerisms. These characteristics can keep him from his masculine traits of working hard and enduring hardship, choosing instead self-indulgence and luxuries, lacking self-discipline and self-denial, allowing leaders who are not children but are immature, young, and experienced to lead us in our laws and lives. Grown-ups who are immature like children, self-indulgent towards luxuries and delicacies. We are now an effeminate nation of spoiled, rotten, self-indulgent children who give allegiance to every sinful desire upon our hearts, not worrying about the consequences of sin. Pandora's box of sinful desires and indulgences, so long as we are gratified in our sins. Effeminate is given as sexual context being associated with fornication, adultery, and harlots. So this contains the meaning of those persons who commit a range of sexual sins because of sexual indulgence. These sexual sins could include homosexuality, pornography, masturbation, adultery, etc. So in promoting the effeminate, we are polluting our nation with people who commit abominations that the Lord had destroyed before, such as in Sodom and Gomorrah. The context is very broad, referring to narcissistic persons of wealth and influence who commit a wide range of grave sins, including sexual sins and other forms of self-gratification and indulgence. We are just as wicked as those from Sodom and Gomorrah as we strut in our fancy dress and shoes, proudly wearing clothing as a woman, even though we are a man, or dressed as a man, even though we are a woman.
Ms. Frazier, you're out of time. Thank
Okay,
you.
but DEI needs to die. Okay,
Ms. Frazier, your time's over. You're welcome. Is it John? Is it VIGH maybe? Vig? Gone. Amanda Sudez?
Y'all good out me my address, right?
Please state your name.
Amanda Sudez. I spoke last time, so I'm sure you kind of know where I stand. I was okay, it was fine. We don't want to go with the Nova Collective. I agree, that's probably not the best move for our city. But it's disheartening, it's frustrating that that didn't seem to suffice some people in our community. That's still not enough. We still have to push. We still have to completely disband the DEI because it doesn't, some people can't identify the value of it. So for me, that's frustrating. It's frustrating, honestly, that we kind of went through as a community. It seems like we've gone through the motions of having a DEI commission. We got it, it checked a few boxes, it made a couple people happy, then it upset some other people, so we immediately backtracked. So I'm here today because of their push, this push from other members in the community to completely disband it. That from our city council to even change the name, to change the goals of it, would send a message that the initial reasons it was created weren't valid. And that's really not what we should be doing for our community. We should not allow a small portion of our community that has some issues with really what comes down to religious values impact the direction we're going with this, because it's not why we started. So I feel like it's up to y'all to remain true to why that initiative was created in the first place, which for me, it's going to go back, to the Michael Dean issue. So that's where this first came up at. But we also understand that DEI as a whole covers a wide range of things. It just doesn't cover what happened with Michael Dean. It doesn't cover LGBTQ. It covers a lot of things in our area. And if we want to move forward with some of the things we talked about in the budget, creating a place where people love to live, creating a place that's great for our future, great for our kids, great for our generations coming up. We're going to do all this growing. We got to think about a lot of things. We also have to think about how we are as a community as being welcoming to everybody. And the DEI commission can help with kind of streamlining that process, help us push us in that direction. So I guess that's kind of my whole message right now. But I mean, really, if I'm gonna walk away on this, DEI didn't create division. It might show some cracks that are there, but that's what it's there for. So we can identify those cracks, discuss them, and move forward. But it didn't cause the division. It's always been there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Rayford Brown. You're welcome. It's good to see you.
Been sitting too long. Mr. Mayor and City Council, Rayford Brown, 64 Runway Lane, and I commend you on your ability and staying power. It's like the committees down there at the Capitol. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we understand it, is not what they intend. Socialism is at war with capitalism. War is deceit. And diversity, equity, and inclusion, they have co-opted the language, and what they intend is exactly the opposite of what the general public thinks those words mean. As it's been implemented around the place, it has caused segregation based on the least important characteristics of people, the color of their skin and where they were born, things that they cannot change. There is no way that you can make up for being a white male or a white oppressor. Workers will be divided and afraid to talk to their associates. This has happened in numerous places. Work becomes secondary to DEI doctrine. Southwest Airlines has employees who are concerned about safety because it can be compromised by hiring color rather than qualifications. What will happen to Temple after DEI? Temple has not backed off of DEI. They mistakenly think that the Nova Collective was unique. It's the entire concept of DEI that's wrong, no matter who implements. Temple will not help the 10 goals that Manager Myers has mentioned if they take this on. And the $112,000 for surveys is the tip of the iceberg for DEI training costs. Last year, California spent over $500 million on DEI training. Lemmings swarming over the cliff into the sea, not realizing the definitions have been changed. Corporations are already seeing the light and starting to press back against the DEI destruction. As it's been mentioned, there are Christian teachings and unity that we need rather than DEI. What will happen with the DEI surveys? They will be used to oppress the people that answer the questions. This training will demand rules and ordinance be passed, and then DEI will demand that people in the community, businesses, comply with those rules, which will, before they can get contracts from the city. DEI
That's your
an
3
attack
minutes.
on our constitutional republic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Terrence Goodwin.
Hi, my name is Terrace Goodwin and I live in Temple. So firstly, I wanted to say thank you to you guys for addressing our comments, all of the comments last time, and particularly Susan Long, Jessica Walker, and Mayor Davis. Your statements on your commitment to DEI were very appreciated. So I kind of, I've been present in this process for some time, and y'all been working on DEI Commission for quite some time. And I remember going to the workshops and going through the presentations and PowerPoints. And I had some time, I don't have much free time. And, I would like to point out that I hope that my voice serves as a stand-in for so many people from this toxic young generation who have kids and families who can't take 3 to 4 hours out of their day to be here. But as the limited time I had, I was looking through the PowerPoint, and I noticed that the Performance Excellence Department was what this kind of fell under. And actually, there was a letter to the editor from, I believe her name is Carol, and she pointed out that there was a negative fiscal impact of DEI, and proposed that we do away with the Performance Excellence Department, which the DEI falls under. And I'm just thinking, performance excellence, why would we be against that? And DEI falls under that because as a business that serves, as we've said, we exist to serve our community. We want to be excellent in all regards, and we want to serve everybody in that community equally. And make sure that they do have equitable, not just equality, but equitable access. And those include minorities, LGBT community, elderly, those with disabilities. That includes everyone under that DEI umbrella. And so I don't know, I try to go back to, we hear people's religious views and values, and we're not going to change those. And it is okay to have those. And one of the things that I continue to hear is that with DEI practices and assessments, that people will be targeted and called out for their beliefs and made to feel unwelcome. And that's the exact opposite of what DEI is. Basically, you're able to have those beliefs and values, but if it translates into discriminatory actions towards others, that's what wouldn't be tolerable. And for any organization who wants to have excellent performance, that's something that should remain. And the fiscal responsibility that people talk about, not wanting to spend money, I would just implore them to think about the millions of dollar lawsuits that can come when we don't pay attention to DEI initiatives.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. Is it Keith Gilbertson?
I am Keith Gilbertson. I am a Dalton resident, but I do pay Temple taxes. And like I said last time, I try to pay them on time. And I know you're going to get a good chunk of it this time. So I'm here to talk about DEI also, and I do agree with Nell with regard to DEI. I see it as causing a huge amount of friction, and I'm not sure about the value of DEI. The city staff, how the DEI recommendation, the Nova Collective recommendation came to you guys, how the prior chairperson of the DEI commission came to you guys is an area of concern. How you have accepted those ideas coming from somewhere within the staff. I think that's an area of concern, and that you need to be careful with trusting who you listen to, because the people that brought that forward are not tuned into the fiber and the fabric of the Temple community. We're a conservative community, I believe. And that's one of the things that draws people here. You can talk about all these nice flowery things that we're doing. That's good. But the people that I talk to that move here, they're talking about the conservative aspect of the way we live here. The decision about DEI needs to rest with you guys. You know, I think we've had the commission, we've got staff that gives ideas, but you guys are the connection to the people. And the decision, whatever is done with DEI, needs to be done at this level here. That's what we've hired you guys for. And I appreciate all you do. I'm amazed at what I heard tonight. I'm absolutely blown away. You guys put up a lot. We talk about the evaluation, how the DEI and this excellence committee thing that you've got going. The people best to measure the excellence of our workforce and how they go about their job are the supervisors. I don't believe you need that kind of back office staff to go around digging around to find out what we're doing right and how we're doing it. We have supervisors that know the best of how their people are doing and how they're doing it. If DEI is going to be continued, I would ask one thing, that you would add another E to it. DEEI, and that other E would be excellence. We are a nation of excellence, economically, militarily, just good. We are a representative in the world of good, forces for good, and excellence should be part of this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Beth Johnson.
Hi, my name is Beth Johnson. I live at 501 North 9th. It's been said over and over that DEI has only brought division to our community. I believe this would suggest that perhaps there has always been division in our community. And at times that's been swept under the rug by us as citizens and by those in power. If there was indeed no division, as it has been stated, I believe we'd see an open embrace of DEI initiatives. While we as cisgendered middle-class white citizens can stand here and say that we have not experienced what people of color, the LGBTQ community, and persons with disabilities have experienced, I believe it is not our place to discredit their experience. Rather, I would call us to an attitude, a posture of listening, learning, and empathizing, which I believe is what will create true unity in our community. To you, the City Council, I commend you. I believe you took on this posture when you created the DEI Commission, and I commend you for this. I would urge you to stand firm in this. Diversity in our city, equity and inclusion for all citizens is worth our investment, our time, our humility to learn, and even our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Holly Hugo.
My name is Holly Hugo, Temple, Texas. I kind of come from a different perspective. I come from the fact that I was raised in a very messed up family. There was sexual abuse from both men and women. There was poverty, there was a broken family. And for 22 years, I was a pretty messed up person and really struggled with my identity and everything else. Well, when I was 22, someone loved me enough to tell me the truth. I had a friend that was as messed up as I was, and all of a sudden her life got together and she told me the truth. She said, Holly, you are fearfully and wonderfully made, and you're on this earth for a plan and a purpose. And she told me that I was loved by God and that he had a plan, and I was fearfully and wonderfully made. And it just blew my mind. And from that point on, for the last 42 years, which tells you how old I am, I have cared passionately about other people that have felt like victims. I worked at a children's home for 10 years. These were kids from much worse circumstances than I came from. And we saw the fruit of telling them the truth. You were fearfully, wonderfully made. God has an awesome plan for you. They are now teachers, nurses. We even have one that's a college professor. And they have grown up and raised beautiful families. And we are now watching their families, kids graduate and get married. And so the truth set them free. And that's been my message for 10 years. I spent another 10 years working in a youth prison where I ministered in the violent offender dorm. And I was never scared because I knew I came in there to love them and to tell them the truth. And that these were people that had been victims that turned around and victimized people. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't understand DEI. I don't understand why we have to have it, because we have a Supreme Court that is okay same-sex marriage. They can get married, they can have children, they can adopt, they can do all this stuff. And if they get discriminated against, God forgive them, because that would kill my heart, because I've worked 42 years to help people not be victims. And I don't want them discriminated against, but I also know that I don't want them going into a workforce and forcing their heart on other people where we don't have the freedom. We live in a country, a city right now where people are having to worry about, do they have enough money for their families? You mean, every time I go to the store, everything I like is $2 more. It's not 50 cents more, it's $2 more. We've got kids that are just want violence in the schools. They're working hard to raise good families and to be able to survive. And then we want to put something like this on the workforce and say, now you have to get under this agenda where nobody wants to discriminate against anybody. The churches are open to them. I mean, nobody is wanting to discriminate them, but it's the truth that sets people free. This is not based on truth. And that's why it bothers my heart. I've spent 42 years working with victims. This does not have truth in it. Doesn't set people free. It just helps a few people. Nobody wants, I'm old. I don't want to be discriminated against being old. I'm a woman. I don't want to be discriminated against being a woman. I just want everybody to
Time's up.
love everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Larry Machop. I never know if I say that right. Okay, you can have your chop.
Because I got a sugar low, you have to bear with that. My name is Larry Mychalk. I'm here because of the DEI issue, which is driven by the LGBT agenda. As government leaders, the Bible says you are ministers of God for the punishment of evildoers and for the praise of those who do good. That is keeping law and order and commending good in businesses and organizations and people. Pursuing DEI reverses these biblical roles of government. It leads to praising evil, like gay pride, and punishing good, like Christian businesses who don't cater to everything the LGBT demand. This may gain popularity for a time, as seen on the Foxdog website, but it quickly leads to destruction. It is clear from history that any healthy society does not start down this road and survive. From diverse to inclusive to divisive to demanding to destructive to deadly anarchy to tyranny. Not opinion, just historical fact. I spoke to this council 4 years ago about this same serious matter, knowing the issue would not go away, and here we are. I said that until recently, the Bible was the guide in issues such as this, and it quickly settled the debate. Just because the Word of God may seem somewhat out of fashion these days, for those of you who support DEI, by no means does that mean it is out of power. We cannot rewrite or improve on what it says. We ignore it at our peril as a nation and as a community. The Bible says the wicked will be turned into hell and all the nations that forget God. You cannot pursue DEI, the diversity, equity, inclusion,
and retain God in your platform for this city. This council must choose between the two. Temple must choose. And each of you cannot claim God in your personal life and vote for city policies God hates.
Thank you. Jordan Valentin.
Hello, my name is Jordan Valentine. I live at 511 North 9th Street. My message is pretty straightforward today. I could come up here and talk about why DEI is good for economic development. And I could talk about how a strong focus on diversity, equity, inclusion is good for our city's overall brand. We have huge international companies, including big 5 tech companies, choosing to call Temple home. And you guys know that it's important that Temple is an attractive place for their team members to feel welcome and safe. So those are all great reasons to develop out this program. To me, the biggest reason is simple. It's just the right thing to do. We shouldn't have to justify diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts with economic gain. Temple is and always has been diverse. And we can easily look back on our history and know that that diversity was not always celebrated. The people that come up here and speak out against DEI typically always have the same argument. They cry Marxism, and they say that it's never been a problem before. Even though most of these people were still in school before segregation ended. They say things like, well, I have a Mexican cousin. He's never said anything. Or my aunt married a Black guy and we treat him just the same. Or I had a lesbian boss once. She was the best. They say there isn't a problem with the same mouth that they say LGBTQ plus people are trying to groom your kids, or that there's never been racism in Temple just 2 years after an unarmed Black man was shot in the head point blank by a police officer. The truth is that there's no way these minority family and friends would ever feel comfortable telling these people that oppose DEI that they had experienced ostracism, because they hear the hate that comes out of their mouth. If someone mistreats you, are you going to go tell the person who will make excuses for what someone did to you and blame you? Or are you going to go tell the person who will believe you and help you? I believe that you guys are going to do the right thing. You really already started doing the right thing. You hired a police chief that I really believe is working so hard to connect our community, build trust, keep us safe. And really that was after Michael Dean, that was the first step. I believe this is the next step. I know it's a priority and I want to encourage you to keep moving in the right direction, even when you have people that might make you feel like you can't do anything right. These are decisions that will shape the future of Temple. I know it's your job to represent all of us, and it may sound harsh, but the future of Temple is not the retired generation with frozen taxes. It's the younger families that are starting their lives here and the kids in our school system that are listening and watching everything we do. Doing the right thing isn't always easy.
Ms.
Sometimes
Valentin.
it's really hard. Stay strong and stick to your original goals with the DEI program.
Thank you, ma'am. Leanne, help me. Vitco? Pardon? Sorry. I cannot.
Been a long night, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Wayne Voitko. I live in Belton and have for over 30 years now. My family actually lives in Temple and work in Temple. We all do. The recent Nova debacle might easily be a great example of City Council on how not to be inclusive. And that the City Council inadvertently created confusion and adversity throughout the community. And for that, we're all truly sorry. But tonight and moving forward, we have the opportunity to take and learn from our mistakes. Winston Churchill once said that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I would challenge you, like I did at the last meeting, please, moving forward, use the Bible, the Declaration of Independence, the American Constitution, the Gettysburg Address, and the Texas Republic of Texas Constitution as your guiding principles. We do not need DEI as an agenda. Okay. And lastly, I would like to, if I can, give Nell Newby a round of applause because I couldn't do it earlier. And she said it much more eloquently than I can. Thank you.
John Asbury.
I'm John Asbury, 4201 Dove Lane, Temple, Texas. I have 2 points. First of all, I was on the Central Counties MHMR board for over 2 decades. And we had a lot of public comments, a lot of diverse public comments. And I know we had over 200 meetings I attended. We never changed the agenda because of that. I think it's embarrassing for y'all to do that, first of all. Thank you. Secondly,
I have the right to do that.
I
can
think it's
do anything with the agenda I
You
please.
may have the right.
We had
but I think it's
18
embarrassing.
items
It's embarrassing.
that other citizens had for this is embarrassing.
I'm here tonight because of the community garden. You hopefully have received some material. I'm not going to comment on that. You can read it yourself. I would like to make this recommendation. Funds from the 223 Temple City Parks allocation and other sources will be used to establish new community gardens within city limits of Temple in existing or new parks and other government-owned properties. Such funds can be used also to improve and expand existing community gardens within the city limits. There is one city community park, community garden in the park system. It's on Salisbury Drive. We've been there since 1984. We have been full most of the time. This next year, I'll probably have, or they will probably have now, 6 plots available. I can't even accommodate all of you on for if you want to garden at this point. The city needs at least half a dozen new parks. I was scattered all through the different. We heard earlier tonight about crowding, apartments, small housing deals, people cooped up in places to go. They need them significantly. We work hard to improve the downtown. We do hike trails, bike trails. We use baseball fields. It takes less than 2 baseball fields of water to water our whole garden the whole year. We're a cheap place. We pay $50 a year for a garden plot. It pays for water, all of our fuel, and most of our other essentials. It takes a little bit to build it. But anyway, in your upcoming allocations, I would ask you to seriously consider a lot more community gardens in Temple. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Not during public, unless it's something factual. Okay.
Dr. Asbury, I just want you to know that I will make certain that this proposal of yours goes to the Director of Parks. Thank you.
Susan Fry.
Susan Fry, I live on Salisbury in Temple. I would like to talk about the inclusiveness part of the DEI. A lot of us Christians feel that we are not being included, that there's a lot of hate towards us. We love all people, but that does not mean that we accept everything they do. You know, some people are criminals. We don't accept that. As a Christian, I do believe in a moral standard. And even though I have a gay brother and a gay son, I love them, even though I cannot approve of everything they do. That does not make me a hater. I love my relatives. But yet we're called haters because we do not approve. Well, they do not approve of what I do at worship on Sunday mornings or Wednesday nights. So, anyway, that conflict has always bothered me, but I like to talk about transgenderism because I have a book called The Reflections of a Tomboy Grandma on the immeasurable worth of every human being, Diane Perkins Castro. And I know this lady from Zoom meetings of a little church group. I wanted to quote some of her book. She says, sometimes I wonder what would have happened to me if I had been born to gender identity conscious parents in the 21st century. From as early as I can, and she's elderly now. From early as I can remember, I wanted to be a boy. Girl stuff was boring. Boys had more fun. I wanted to dress like a boy, wear my hair like a boy, play boy games. My cousin Carolyn and I gave each other boy names. She was Charlie and I was Dwayne. I wasn't into anything domestic. I preferred to climb trees and jump on them, and jump out of them, pretending I could fly. I didn't want a frilly bed. A sleeping bag on the ground was fine with me. I didn't have tea parties or play house with dolls. I pretended to ride a horse on the basement. Let me get through this quickly.
You got 13 seconds.
Did my parents wring their hands and agonize? Okay, well, the main thing is that she's now 64 years old, been married for 45 years, has 6 children and 8 grandchildren, and she's glad her parents didn't give her drugs or anything to change her gender.
Thank you. Is it Carrie Louie? I'm sorry.
Casey Louie, 918 North 5th Street. Thank y'all for listening to us tonight. I grew up in Temple, moved away for a while, for almost 10 years, chose to move back as an adult for the same reasons that all of us in here really love this community. It's a diverse community. We have a rich history that I'm proud to be a part of as well. But also within that rich history is some things that are innate in our fabric, not innate, but a big part of our fabric that we shouldn't be proud of, but that we need to accept and learn how to move on and learn how it relates to today. A man was lynched around the corner from where we stand. That's a very real, some of you look shocked. That's a very real thing that happened here. The most popular, most famous football player to come out of Temple was not allowed to wear a Wildcats jersey because he was Black, Mean Joe Green. That is very much a part of our history as much as the stuff that we love about Temple is. And I recently went to the National Historical Park for Martin Luther King Jr. And a couple things stood out to me. One of them is some of the arguments that people used against the civil rights movement are almost verbatim what we hear today. People using their God to justify upholding the status quo of violence and horrid conditions for members of their community. People using their God to say Marxism, communism, they're invading us. They use their God to justify a continuation of horrific things that are very much a real part of who this city is as well. And it takes a lot of willful ignorance to pretend like that doesn't apply to what we're talking about today. The other piece that stood out to me was the courage of people in communities. It wasn't just the leaders of civil rights, but there were people in communities who stood up and sacrificed and made some people mad. You're going to make people mad when you do the right thing. But I'm going to lend positive assumption that all of you are sitting here tonight because you want to better this community and you want to lay a stake in what's better for the future of this community. And that's going to take courage. That's going to take the ability to withstand some people being mad at you because you are trying to change things for the better. And so just wanted to share that. I appreciate you guys listening to us. And I do have faith that y'all will do the right thing. But I also know that you're gonna make some people upset when you try and change things for the better. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Louie. That's all the speakers tonight. I appreciate the civil discourse. This is what community is about. Thank you all for attending. Thank you for hanging in there for 4.5 hours. And this meeting